So hello everyone, thanks for joining us today, whether you're online, on Zoom or in person at the Italian Pavilion in Venice. I'm Flora, I'm the Creative Director of Ideal Spaces Working Group, and I'm joined by Ulrich Giemann, who's the founder and director of Ideal Spaces. And today we'll be hosting our workshop on community and concepts of resilience. So before Ulrich and I introduce ourselves and tell you a bit more about the workshop itself, I'd like to tell you about the work of Ideal Spaces. So we're a multinational research group. We are made up of members who work across many different fields, architecture, engineering, 3D design, programming, and cultural theory, just to name a few. And despite our different interests, our members share one main research focus, and that's the relationship between community, space, and place. So at Ideal Spaces, we champion ideal spaces for communities. Ideal in the sense of the visions people have of an improved or ideal world, and then in a more literal sense of how the built and natural environment can best support our lives and our needs, and especially in the face of the problems, global problems we are currently experiencing today with climate change, pandemics, and so on. We really firmly believe that without ideal spaces to live, the true value and essence of what a community is can become lost. And through our podcasts, exhibitions, events, workshops like today's, we really aim to discuss these themes with audiences and share our expertise on utopian and real spaces for forward-thinking communities. So a bit about us then. I'm Flora. I have a background in history of art. I studied in London at the Courtauld Institute, and I'm currently working at the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport in London as a heritage advisor. So I joined Ideal Spaces back in 2019, and I've become in charge of the communications, marketing, and last year I launched our new podcast series, the Ideal Spaces podcast, which I co-host along with Ulrich. So I'll hand over then to Ulrich to introduce himself and also our workshop today on resilient communities.
My name is Ulrich Giemann. I'm the director of Ideal Spaces. I've founded Ideal Spaces Working Group in 2016, which means we are a quite young group. My background has been from evolutionary biology and then in business administration. I worked in industry for several years and in government consultancy afterwards. And I was also active in history and as a lectureship also at university in organizational dynamics. And Ideal Spaces was an idea to really integrate the experiences I made so far, to focus them in an expression of a mixture between architecture and art, combined with the history of ideas underlying architecture as a symbolic expression of certain ideas. What these ideas mean expressed as space. It's very short about the Ideal Spaces background as regards my personal view and my incoming into Ideal Spaces. Today we are dealing with community and concepts of resilience, and the main issue from our side is to concentrate not on the mainstream aspects of resilience, as in not only on climate change, on technology and issues like that, but to look also at the background of the very notion of resilience itself. As an idea, what resilience means and how resilience relates to certain ideas and let's call them leading basic assumptions of our cultural spheres, of our Occidental heritage, and how it came all about with resilience. We have as a topic one, notions of resilience. There are many, I will treat them very shortly. We have today as a topic 2, the relation between resilience, community, and utopia. We have resilience and the relation to community and architecture, how architecture expresses the thought, the idea of community in terms of resilience. We have as topic 4, large-scale systems, resilience and technology. And so this is more in the direction of the mainstream aspects of resilience. And last but not least, we have topic 5. These are creative communities and the future of the idea of resilience. As regards the notion of resilience, they have one point in common. Resilience is the attempt to adapt to a viable state after incurrence of some threats, very general. The threats and disturbances of a system, either from the outside or from the inside the systems. And there are different degrees of resilience. The most basic degree is to come back to a former state after a disturbance happened. And then are more adaptive other terms of resilience, how to widen the array of possible answers of the system as regards unforeseen threats. So these are the major concepts of resilience so far. We want to concentrate also on another aspect of resilience. We called it systemic resilience. And the point is about systemic resilience. Okay. Systemic resilience means a system's architecture gains momentum, is able to withstand any disturbances from within or from outside the system. An example is the recent neoliberal capitalist, I call it ecosystem as a whole, which gains a momentum of its own, and all aspects of resilient communities have to be located inside this entire ecosystem of a neoliberal context, which is globalized meanwhile. Which means we have to consider this specific kind of resilience as the existing environmental resilience, the social, cultural, and socio-economic environment we are all living in. We have to consider it as a specific kind of resilience, very important when we are speaking about resilient communities and as an utopian approach, in the end, how to establish resilient communities in the future with the implicit or explicit aim for ensuring a better life for human beings. This is a very important aspect, systemic resilience, we will tackle in our first presentation to come. So far, the overview.
Great, yeah, thank you. Before we get started with our first presentation, I just wanted to give a few housekeeping notes for our Zoom participants. I've been told it's really important you make sure you're on Zoom, of course you're on Zoom, on mute throughout the event. So if you have any questions relating to the presentations, please do either post them in the chat or just save them for the discussion sessions, which will take place after each presentation. In your workshop guide, which I believe you were sent this morning, you'll find the agenda for our workshop. I'll just go back to that briefly. And you'll also find the bios of all our speakers. We've got a really jam-packed schedule for you today from experts in their fields. We'll be joined by architects, academics, urban planners who will be sharing their perspectives on resilience. And in case you do have any technical problems today, please do contact our colleague Andy via the chat function. So Andy will be on Zoom throughout the event today and will be really happy to help with any questions you have. So as Ulrich mentioned, our workshop is structured into those 5 main topic areas. I think resilience is a real buzzword that we hear so often in many different contexts in the media, but usually it relates to how people withstand pressures brought about by disruptive forces around them. And as Ulrich mentioned, we'll be going a lot deeper today to really try and understand a bit more about what resilience is and the kind of concepts and principles underpinning it. So I would like to hand over again to Ulrich and Michael, who will be joining us live on Zoom. Michael is an artist and associate professor in digital media at Kristianstad University in Sweden. He leads on digital development at Ideal Spaces, and he has a particular focus on scenario writing, digital prototyping, and also creating mixed reality spaces. So I'll hand over to you two to continue talking about notions of resilience and systemic resilience, our first topic area. Michael, if you want to share your screen, I believe if you want to continue.
Yes, yeah,
right.
Yes.
I'll just stop sharing mine. Hang on.
So can you all see my screen here? Okay.
Yeah, that looks great.
So I work in the design department at my university, and a couple of years ago, I started to interest myself in the area of computational imagination. And therefore, my start here will be to look upon resilience, imagination, and foresight. Resilience refers to the ability not only to withstand and cope with challenges, but also to transform. Resilience should not be seen as something only reactive. To balance that, we need both imagination and foresight so that we can sustain required operation under both expected and unexpected conditions. It is hard to know beforehand what knowledge will be relevant for developing a solution whose existence is emergent. From the perspective of imagination, however, the question is not so much how to gain information from the outer world, but rather what kind of knowledge is present in our consciousness and how it is employed and transformed there. This pushes the relationship of known versus unknown in another direction. As I see it, there is a new need to support more lateral ways of thinking about future spaces and our living environments in general. In doing so, to better prepare ourselves for the twists and turns of everyday life and for the challenges we might collectively face in the future. Collective action is not simply a relational social identity building activity. It will require us to create a dialogue between the world as it is and the world what if. The human imagination is an emancipating force that influences not only the singular human mind, but also how all human meaning is experienced and comprehended. A notion of social imagination develops. This basic notion that not only does the world of physical and tangible things matter, but so too, and even more so, do individual and collective aspiration, conceptions, and principle of meaning organization. So that's a bit about the imaginative part. And now we've come to looking ahead. Foresight is the discipline of exploring, anticipating, and shaping the future. Helps build and use collective intelligence and structured and systemic way to anticipate developments and better prepare for change. This occurs because when we mentally compare a desired future with the present, we realize that the present stands in the way of the future, which leads us to understand that something needs to be changed and that we need to take action. But to involve others into these kind of processes, we need to make it clear they are plausible and that they are not utopias. Contrasting a desired future with the present reality makes us more motivated than when we either think and look about the present or fantasize about the desired future separately. So these are some of the things I want us to consider and think about during our session today. So I hand over to you again, Flora and Ulrich.
Leading straight forward to aspects not normally treated when we are speaking about resilience. First of all, in my eyes, important is the relation between resilience and imagination, and related to imagination, the relation between resilience and foresight. Resilience is not just a systemic, formal issue in that sense that a system, no matter which one, a community, a city, whatever, that a system is increasing its adaptive capabilities. This is a very technical view. Resilience in this way is a reactive moment. And what Michael opened up is the perspective of a not only reactive property of resilience related to imagination. In order to become resilient, first of all, as a community, means as a concrete combination of concrete human beings, we have to install our imaginative capabilities, how a future shall look like. We want to become resilient for in order to reach that future. That's a very important point also related to foresight.
And we'll be coming back to kind of concepts relating to the imagination later on in the workshop. But for now, I think the best place to start is with exploring why exactly communities need to build resilience in the first place. And I'm delighted to welcome our first speaker, Khalid Kadir. I don't know if he's online. I'm not sure if he is.
I am here. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Great. I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but yeah, thank you for joining us. So I'm going to tell you a bit more about Khalid before I hand over to him to share his screen. He's a continuing lecturer at UC Berkeley and teaches courses in the Global Poverty and Practice Program, Political Economy and Civil and Environmental Engineering. After completing his PhD in environmental engineering at UC Berkeley, Khalid focused his research on the complex role that engineering expertise plays in the politics of international development and poverty alleviation. And his current work focuses on the intersection of poverty, expertise, and politics. So I will hand over to you. So thank you very much for joining us. I know it's late with you in California, but yes, thank you so much.
There we go. Is the sound working now?
Yeah, it's great. Thank you.
All right. And you can see my screen, I assume?
See that? Yeah.
Good deal. Hey, thank you for having me today. Or tonight, I guess, as I'm calling in from California. I'm excited to be here. And I'm excited because of the ways in which my conversations with Ulrich and Flora have pushed me to think about my own work a little bit differently. And I don't traditionally speak on issues of resilience. I think about them. We all are, as Flora mentioned, bombarded with these in the press constantly. But I generally spend my time thinking about the ways in which experts frame problems, view problems, attempt to solve problems the challenges between that and actually solving problems. And I think it struck me in my conversations with Ulrich and Flora that there's perhaps some of this happening in the world of resilience too. So what I want to talk about today is something that we might call resilience politics. And to get a little more descriptive, I want to think about the kind of anti-politics that we swim in right now. And then towards the end, I want to think about some ways in which we might politicize our work and think about resilience as not just a technical concept, but actually think about resilience as a political commitment or a political concept that requires us to think differently about what it is and what it isn't. So to begin with, two quotes that are perhaps self-explanatory. The first from journalist George Monbiot: when someone says they have no politics, it means that their politics align with the status quo. He goes on, none of us are unbiased, none removed from the question of power. We are social creatures who absorb the outlook and opinions of those with whom we associate and unconsciously echo them. Even says objectivity is impossible. And then the second from American historian Howard Zinn: you can't stand still on the moving train. Same thing, perhaps said differently. And I start with these in case anyone is still wrapped up in the idea that we can have thoughts, beliefs, and opinions that are somehow objective and removed from our social context, to say that I'm starting with the opposite idea. That our ideas, our beliefs, our perspectives are all rooted in our political positions. And it's hard for us to get around that. And perhaps instead of getting around that, we can embrace that and think about the politics of our work. So a quick outline of what I'm going to cover in the next 30 or so minutes, perhaps a little less. I want to think about the sort of anti-politics of economy. And from there, we'll switch to thinking about technology and the ways in which technology has a sort of anti-politics. And to do that, for the first one, for economy, I'll lean heavily on the work of other thinkers, which I'll share how they come to understand sort of economy as a way of hiding politics in our conversations. And I'll think about the implications for us. And then for politics, I'll walk us through a case of thinking about smart cities and all of this sort of utopic push to build a smart city that will sort of solve all of our problems for us. It will be smarter than us, so to speak. And then wrap it up with a few conclusions. So when I think about the economy, here I'm leaning heavily on the work of Timothy Mitchell, and I'm putting the birthday of the economy at sometime in 1936. It's because, as Mitchell points out, that the national economy appeared as a new discursive object, a new thing that we talk about in the 1930s. Before the 1930s, the term the economy did not exist in the English language. People spoke of political economy or national economy, referring to the economy or the governance of the affairs of a nation. You could also speak of household economy, the management of household resources. Key here is that economy was a practice, not a thing. It meant the efficient management of scarce resources. It wasn't a thing itself to be managed. Previously, economy was a process that was about people, resources, community affairs, focused on structures of production and exchange. It was, we might say, political economy. It was the economy of the polity. It was not the politics of the economy. With this new discursive object, with the creation of this thing called the economy, a thing itself to be managed and manipulated, a certain kind of expertise evolves that has new power in society. The experts who have positioned themselves to name, describe, and manage this new object have therefore placed themselves in positions of power. The economy becomes an object that is understood by measuring and managing the circulation of money. Today, if you take an economics class, you are taking a class that is all about money. Money is, of course, seen as a proxy for the value of other things, but the focus within contemporary economic practice is to look at money circulation and how money moves around. Even the way we understand the wealth of a nation today is by looking at GDP. GDP is nothing more than the net sum of monetary transactions. So when John Maynard Keynes introduced this idea of the economy, he more or less gave birth to the entire discipline of macroeconomics. He devised new ways to describe and manage the domestic circulation of money, but more fundamentally, what he did was make an act of power. He removed certain things from discourse and entered new things into discourse. Sorry, I'm not keeping up with my own slides. In this moment, economic expertise renders the realm of the economy to the people who can set limits on the discourse, who can explain what is and isn't possible. If economic reasoning makes that a possible solution, then maybe we can talk about doing it. But if that's outside of economic reasoning, then we can no longer talk and think about that. The second sort of key thing that happens here is when Keynes birthed the idea of the economy, he birthed the idea of this object that can grow without limits. We think about economies as always needing to grow at 3% per year. And Keynes sort of developed this as a way of dealing with the problem of unemployment and the problem of poverty. This then leaves us to believe that economic growth can occur without taking away from others. So in this process, power is hidden. How people gain wealth, how people gain greater material goods is seen as something that can just sort of happen automatically. It doesn't require extracting from or taking from others. Of course, a little bit of brief history of the world will show the ways in which we've engaged in practice of extraction over and over and over again, and that this wealth must come from somewhere. But the discourse around the economy sort of pretends as though that's not possible. Then in the 1970s, this changes up quite a bit. In the 1970s, this idea of markets takes hold. And here I'm building off the work of both Mitchell and Greta Krippner. In the 1970s, there were a number of crises happening, economic and political. We see the rise of the environment as a thing that people are concerned about. There are energy crises, the numerous oil crises in 73, and then again in 78 and 79. The US dollar is disconnected from gold, and the entire international financial architecture sort of collapses in that moment. There's a major decline in manufacturing, conflicts in the Middle East are rising up. In this moment, markets are put forward as an alternative to the messiness of democracy. The rising oil prices in the 70s undermined the sort of Keynesian management of domestic economic affairs, and markets then replaced public regulation with private regulation that happens through markets. What I'm saying here is instead of democratically battling over how to manage the different crises in the 70s, particularly here in the United States, when the US was spending far more money than it could afford to, in part related to the war in Vietnam, instead of democratically battling over how to manage the decreased prosperity with explicit winners and explicit losers, the market is presented as a way to avoid such messy democratic struggles. Markets are looked to as a way of avoiding the messiness of political decision-making. Instead of politicians playing a role in deciding who is going to have access to wealth and who is going to be rendered poverty, this messiness that loses one votes is left to, well, markets decide. And it's up to you as an actor in markets to determine your own fate. This is sort of hiding behind an ideology of market efficiency as a way to justify social degradation. Market devices, Timothy Mitchell writes, were intended as an alternative to democratic methods of governing matters of public concern by converting them into matters of private regulation by those with the resources to operate as market agents. Greta Krippner goes even further and says that in this process, distributional conflicts were effectively depoliticized under market-like rule. It's not about somebody making you poor. This is just how markets work. Some are winners, some are losers. And if you want to be a winner, you better move differently through the world and through society. As a result of this, Krippner warns us, states are now weaker to the extent that nation states turn to markets to deal with these sorts of conflicts, to the extent that nation states attempted to avoid the messiness of political decision-making and instead left governance through market devices, the state now lacks public support and public confidence for action. How much do we want to spend and for whom is a deeply political question, one which markets cannot resolve. Scholar Wendy Brown goes even further. She argues that with the rise of markets and with the rise of neoliberalism, we have actually seen the destruction of the person she calls homo politicus. Homo politicus for Brown is the person who is fundamentally concerned with politics, including, she writes, deliberation, belonging, aspirational sovereignty, concern with the common, and with one's relation to justice in the common. She goes on, Homo politicus is animated by and for the realization of popular sovereignty, as well as its individual sovereignty. The creature who, she writes, made the French and American revolutions and whom the American Constitution bears forth. She describes Homo politicus as the person that as the sovereign individual who governs themselves, who puts limits upon themselves. For Wendy Brown, the rise of neoliberalism and the triumph of this rational economic man is undermining democracy. And in fact, it is destroying our own individual abilities to engage in political discourse, in political conversation. And it is destroying as well our ability to govern ourselves through our own moral autonomy. She writes, the argument is that economic values have not simply supersaturated the political. It's not just that we think about economics more than we think about politics. Instead, it's that a neoliberal iteration of Homo economicus has destroyed, as she writes, extinguished the agent and the domains through which democracy materializes. What the threads I'm trying to pull together here is that the 20th century and the 21st century, our logic of governance through economics and then later through neoliberalism have steadily undermined our ability to work through political processes. It's made it harder for us to deliberate and work across difference and engage with one another, which then undermines our ability to create a resilient future, to the extent that we are locked in battles against, as opposed to working forward together. It makes it very hard to think about resilience. Instead, we are too focused thinking about victory and conquest. This takes another angle when we turn to the problem of technology. And I want to take a little bit of a side trip here to think about technology. And I want to think about a specific iteration of utopian thinking that surrounds us today. And I want to consider this idea of smart cities. They're utopian dreams, and to do so in the context of resilience and in the context of the hidden politics that underlie such seductive topics. Now, I'm not going to do some complete total analysis of smart cities. I'm not going to look at a specific city and unpack it. I'm also not going to provide us with an instrumental method that's going to lead to more equitable or more resilient smart cities. Instead, I'm going to try to get us to think about how we might question the smartness of smart cities and what sort of critical questions we might ask that can inform us how to think about these kinds of efforts towards resilience. And I'm going to try to push us outside of our boxes and think about smart cities in a political economic framework. To do that, I want to start by noting that in the literature on smart cities, I've come across a number of themes. And there are 4 of them in particular that I want to draw upon. And in fact, let's focus. Before I do that, let me remind us about 2 nearly universal aspects of smart cities. The first is that smart cities are all about technology. In particular, smart cities are all about information and communication technology. This is, to many, what actually makes smart cities smart. The use of ICT comes with concerns surrounding privacy, as well as serious concerns around surveillance and policing. Nonetheless, it is this information communication technology that promises to make cities smart and work better for us. Second, smart cities generally embrace some sort of business-oriented or market-based development strategy. They're billed as good investments for the private sector, great opportunities for those who have capital to invest. Put another way, in a time with increasingly out-of-hand inequality, Smart cities are billed as great opportunities for those who have a lot of money to make more money. And in a way, I think these two characteristics make smart cities an ideal case to think about the concepts of the sort of anti-politics of economics, and even more so, and what I'm going to get into, is the anti-politics of technology. Smart cities have embedded within them politics, and they have embedded within them values. The first sort of value framework that I see coming out of smart cities is this idea of efficiency. In the context of cities, focusing on efficiency is fundamentally a process of depoliticizing the conversation. It involves turning social inequality and turning powerlessness into a question of management, into a question of technological challenges. More fundamentally, when we cite efficiency as a benefit of smart cities, when we talk about optimizing our urban spaces in order to make them more efficient, we rarely ask the question, for whom are these smart cities becoming more efficient? Whose lives are made more efficient? And whose lives are rendered stupid in the future smart city? A second value that comes up in the literature on smart cities is this idea that we are optimizing our practices. And this is straight in line with what it means to be resilient, is to not be wasteful and to use our resources efficiently and to optimize the use of resources. And here I turn to the work of Tanya Lee in her book, The Will to Improve. And she writes, the claim to expertise in optimizing the lives of others is a claim to power. She argues that claiming to optimize people's lives is a very audacious thing to claim. It's like me claiming I'm going to come into your house and rearrange your furniture for you in the way it should be done. I'm going to optimize the arrangement of your house. But this is a way of taking trusteeship over others, claiming to know what is best for others, asserting that we know how to make other lives better because we know what is best for others. And I would take this even further and argue that within these kinds of claims is really deeply embedded a form of patriarchy. Patriarchy over the poor and patriarchy over the marginalized. One where we in positions of social and political power can assert what is best for the poor and the marginalized and force those understandings upon them. A third value deeply embedded within the smart city framework is this idea of convenience. And while we may all like the idea of convenience, it doesn't take much to acknowledge that convenience comes at a cost, that there is always a price to pay, and who or what pays that price, and who decides if that price is okay to pay. We can unpack our focus on convenience in a different register as well. In a recent article in the Harvard Business Review, while arguing that engaging with the humanities is a crucially important thing for all of us to do if we want to take an ethical approach to our work, Gianpiero Petriglieri challenges us to question the value of convenience. He asks, what if inconvenience and discomfort, boredom and distractions are features and not bugs of a good life? And I love this quote, and I think about sometimes when I think about resilience, I think about something that's cutting edge, that is sophisticated, that is fast moving, and that's what enables it to be resilience. And Petriglieri sort of puts me on my back foot, because he's almost challenged us to think, what if to be resilient, we actually have to deal with inconvenience and discomfort? We have to deal with empty space for boredom and distractions. What if it is not just a project to be conquered and executed, and instead it requires us to have sort of a buffer zone around us that's not always taking us in some singular direction? Smart cities also promise to be safe. By now, we should all know the relationship between supposedly smart algorithms, security, and racialized oppression. Whether it's the marking of Black and Brown and immigrant neighborhoods as high risk due to algorithmic crime prediction, a form of modern redlining and place-based exclusion, or the profiling of dark-skinned men as threats through facial recognition software, I find myself asking the question, are our efforts to build a smart city really, in practice, efforts to build a white city, or effectively an anti-Black city? Is that what we're doing in practice, using the tools which we have created? If we're interested in resilience, if we're interested in resilience in a justice-based manner, we can't look the other way here. And this is not just the future, this is in fact the present. Within all of this, smart cities are all about data. And some would call this idea that we're going to make our decisions in our urban frameworks using data a sort of neoliberal fantasy, an extension of the fantasy that our reliance on economic markets will absolve us from having to make political decisions. And this is where I find this anti-politics of technology and the anti-politics of markets equally sort of intertwined and complicit with one another. Again, in the 70s, the dominant economic ideology of the time led us to let go of this idea of equitable redistribution through the state. And instead, we turned to markets to decide who gets wealthy and who doesn't. In doing so, we empowered financiers, those who we now not so affectionately call the 1%. Today, I think even more than markets, it's our reliance on technology. That is where our future utopian city lies, brought to us through market actors that promises to make decisions for us. Decisions, we are told, will be made based upon data. If you don't like the decisions, blame the data. No one is responsible. This was a data-based decision. There are no politics to be seen here. And of course, this is ridiculous, but the lure of eliminating politics is deeply seductive, particularly in our moment right now when it feels like everyone is too busy fighting. Politics is about disagreement, and the promise of expert-led solutions is that we need not have such disagreement. Instead, we can have a sort of techno-fix out of our social problem. This approach to politics is fundamentally anti-equity. Over and over, we see examples of how algorithm and data discipline the poor and reproduce the social injustices that we struggle with today. And I think we can do better. We can work to create democratic cities where people disagree and argue, but they do so as a process of working together to create the future they want. This, I think, lies at the core of what it means to build resilience. And this leads me to the concept of the right to the city, an idea derived from the work of French urbanist Henri Lefebvre. For Lefebvre, the right to the city is an assertion of use value over exchange value. For example, the assertion of the right to housing over the right to property. This is something that's happening even in Venice today, with the entire Occupy Venice movement that's asserting that people's right to rent out the property they own to tourists is not as important as local residents' right to housing. Urban theorists have taken these ideas even further. They see the right to the city as a broad right. Imagine as the right to participate in the city and in urban life, as a right to reform and refashion the city in ways in which we see fit. We live in a society, writes geographer David Harvey, in which the inalienable rights to private property and the profit rate trump any other conception of inalienable rights you can think of. Our society is dominated, he writes, by the accumulation of wealth through market exchange. If we care about resilience and we care about equity in our frameworks of resilience, we might do well to adopt such a right-based framework in our work and to assert a right to the city that is, as Harvey writes, not merely a right of access to what the property speculators and state planners define, but an active right to make the city different, to shape it more in accord with our heart's desire, and to remake ourselves thereby in a different image. If our urban world has been imagined, then it can be reimagined and remade. I would be derelict to talk about cities and to talk about urban spaces and to talk about this idea of whose efficiency, whose life is to be optimized, who is granted convenience, who is safe, who has the right to the city, while not also acknowledging the city I am in right now. I am zooming into you from UC Berkeley. I'm standing on unceded indigenous land. The land I'm standing on is Ohlone land. It is land that was taken from the Ohlone people following a series of massacres that were committed by the United States. Most now refer to these massacres as an act of genocide. To have a conversation about smart cities and resilient cities and just cities and the right to the city cannot happen without starting with and including those whose land we occupy. And I realize the context here is different depending on the land you're on, but this may be inconvenient and it will certainly be a complicated conversation, but I struggled to understand how we can think about resilience while ignoring the concept of justice and the injustices that lie at the very foundation of our ability to even have this conversation. In my case, there is no UC Berkeley without this first act of injustice. And I think this is true for every single city in the United States. And there are threads of this that exist for cities throughout the world. So how do we move from smart cities to thinking about our cities? And in that way, to thinking about cities that are more resilient, more inclusive, and more just. I think there are three pieces here that may help us to move towards resilience that we would benefit from considering when we think about resilience. I think too often when we think about resilience, we are looking forward and we fail to look back. And I think resilience requires us first to rectify historical injustices. As the common protest saying goes, no justice, no peace. And if resilience requires us to live at peace, then we have to think about justice. And we have to think about how we might make up for past practices that have resulted in the current inequities we live with today. This opens up a conversation for things like reparations or affirmative actions to rectify the historical trajectories based on injustices, whether that be injustices of the sorts of genocide at the root of the creation of the country I live in, or the colonial injustices, or the economic injustices that are ongoing today. I think we need to look at the history that created the present we live in before we can think about how to move forward. Second, I think we need to look at the world in a relational way. And given what Michael said right before me, this perhaps will not be particularly novel, but we need to think about our place in that relationality. Where do we sit in the world and how are we positioned in relation to others? Instead of thinking about poverty, we need to think about marginalization. And we need to think about the exclusion of others from society. Instead of thinking about the privileges that we have, we need to think about the forms of oppression upon which our privileges are built. Finally, I think to move forward and try to build resilience, we must start by centering the voices of those who have the least access to resilience. We need to think about centering the voices of those who are most marginalized among us. Rather than making this a power-led, expert-led discourse, I think it needs to be a discourse where the most marginalized groups in society sit at the front of the table, rather than are dragged behind in a continued position of marginalization. To do all of this will not be simple. To do all of this will require us to engage in epistemological transformation, i.e., we are going to have to change the forms of knowledge that we value. We are going to have to move beyond positivist, quantitative, empirical ways of understanding the world. These are methods that dominate my own discipline of engineering and really dominate the academy today. And I think we're going to have to move beyond those ways of seeing and knowing the world and start inviting other ways of seeing and knowing into our practices. And this epistemological transformation will have very practical implications. It will result in us asking new questions and different questions. It will result in us using different methods to answer those questions. It will result in changes to the things we teach and the things we study. It will even change how we teach the things we teach. And it result in us changing how and where we do our work, who we work for, who resilience is really about, and who we are accountable to in our efforts to create a more resilient world. In conclusion, I'm going to fall back on the words of someone much wiser than me, words spoken long ago. Dr. Martin Luther King said, "We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. When machines and computers, profit motives and property rights are considered more important than people, The giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. I would interpret this today in the context of what we're saying as, to the extent that we see resilience as a thing-oriented problem, as a problem of environment, as a problem of technology, as a problem of economy, we're going to miss the point. In fact, we're not only going to miss the point, but we're going to feed the problems of marginalization in society. We're going to feed the problems of militarism in society. And I think to the extent we can start seeing resilience as fundamentally a people issue and consider what it means to bring people together in peace with one another, then I think we may have a chance of moving towards resilience. That's what I have for you in terms of presentation. I have a few discussion questions that I have thrown up here that I'm happy to share. Flora, I believe I was supposed to have sent those to you and I neglected to ahead of time. So I can share them here or whatever you think is best, or in the chat box, whatever makes sense.
Khalid, first of all, many thanks for this really brilliant intro to what I labeled systemic resilience. And this is more than just systemic, what we are talking about, but also some needed ethical perspectives if we want to become really resilient. It's a question, as you had it, it's a question of human beings and of mindsets in the end, and not of technique or any kind of other organizational architectures or measures we are taking. I would be very interested in the thoughts and questions you prepared for our discussion coming now.
Yeah, the two questions I had for those in the audience. First is to, I'm speaking from the perspective of someone who's trained as an engineer. And I feel like I can understand how struggles over power are hidden within my own practices of my own discipline. But I'm curious to understand, how does politics, how does struggles over power show up in the work of others? Or does it? Or does the work of others turn into the work of technique? Or does it turn into the work of objects? And I'm curious if folks are able/willing to share how power in politics does or doesn't show up in their disciplines, in their fields, or in their work. And the second question is when we consider the world we live in, that is filled with these sort of individualist, market-based ideologies, and not just ideologies, but even structures that reward these individualist tendencies. And this is married to a sort of techno-utopianism, i.e., don't worry about the climate, we'll fix it with carbon capture. You can just continue chasing your own individualist goals to increase the size of your castle. I'm curious what reflections others have on how we may remain more rooted in our social relations and in our social connections with one another.
Oh, can you hear me all right? Yeah, thank you again, Khalid. That was a brilliant presentation. And yeah, I think this idea of resilience not being all fast moving, but getting us to really sit and think and feel a bit uncomfortable about what it means, and the kind of rethinking and the work we're going to have to do is really important. And I think on that second point, I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because now that everything's shifted online, especially within the past couple of years because of the pandemic, it's difficult to think about that relationship and how we're going to actually have to adapt now, going back now as things get back to normal. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? I'm just looking in the chat.
I threw the questions in the chat to help so that folks can see them there. Brilliant. As well.
That's helpful. Oh, yeah, we got them on our screen as well. Does anyone have any immediate thoughts? And if anyone wants to unmute and speak, that's absolutely fine. Or you can throw something into the chat. Johnson?
If I may be so bold, having taught quite a bit on Zoom in the past year and a half, this is very much related to the second question. This is perhaps not only how might we remain more rooted in our social relationships, but how might we be more present together with one another? This is increasingly a challenge to the extent our lives are mediated through technology.
Okay, yeah, this is a very good question also in my eyes. And this Zoom meeting we have today is an epitome for this. No? How we can become more social without being labeled as unrealistic or utopian dreamers or things like that. When life also in line of your discussion and relating us to the second question, for me the second question is the most important one. What to do with communities and thoughts and concept about communities and resilience in a world which in this very neoliberal socio-cultural ecosystem, encompassing ecosystem we are living in, is against community in the end and emphasizing the individual consume of the world as an application for me, the consumer. How to do it with society is a first step. And the second step related to it, how to do with community, because we need a society and a feeling and understanding for a society first, before we can talk about community and a feeling and understanding about communities. And thirdly, we can speak about resilient communities in the end, so to say, after we pass this logical chain of realignment, the social issue, that man, in the word of Aristoteles, as a zoon politikon, as a political animal, becomes a social animal again. I wanted to open up explicitly the discussion on this point, because it's, in my eyes, as mentioned, it is crucial for the entire discussion we are leading today.
Give everyone a couple of minutes to think about that.
One of the challenges I think we have in regards to that, Ulrich, is without a sense of history, it's hard to understand that it need not be this way. Sometimes this just feels like the only way the world is and the only way it can be. And so how might we understand that, first, that history, and this gets at that David Harvey quote, that the world we live in was created, which means it can be created differently. So how might we get beyond the world as we see it to live in a world differently? I think that first requires to understand that this isn't the world, capital T, capital W, but this is actually a social and political creation that has put us in the situation we're in.
It's a very essential aspect, history. Let me pinpoint it in a bit provocative way. The recent mindset of seemingly liberated individuals ready to consume the world, this very mindset is against history, because history has also to do with modesty, with confinement, with an acknowledgement that I am not an omnipotent creative individual, but that I'm standing in the line of a context of development over a longer time. And consume does not need history. Consume is just an eternal present, a present state of being, of a seeming omnipotence of the consumer. And this relates to, also in my eyes, this relates to what Michael introduced as the relation between resilience and imagination. It's a question of imagination also as we are speaking about history. If I imagine myself as a quasi-omnipotent, liberated individual, ready for consuming the world, I do not need as any other imaginations than my personal ones occurring in the moment, which means I only have to consider as imagination my wishes and the sequence of my wishes. And I do not have to care about history. History is something for historians or some nice touristic places I can consume if I decide to do so. For instance, going to Venice, then I consume history in a large museum in the open air. But it does not really touch me. It is consumed as any other consumer. History is for academics and historians.
Yeah. And this is that point that Wendy Brown was saying about how Homo politicus is the agent that governs themselves and governs together with others. And there's both sides to that. There's, to what extent do we govern our own selves, or to what extent are we just driven by our appetites and desires in the moment as though we exist independent of everyone else? And to the extent we no longer know how to govern ourselves and put limits on ourselves in our own way of interacting with one another, then we no longer know how to be civil with one another. And what possibility do we have to live together and govern together in that moment?
I think the interesting thing with imagination is that unless you're already pushed or you have to do something, you know, like with the pandemic, we were pushed to go online because, well, we had to, but you know, that's something that people take at their own pace. So what is the incentive for people to imagine if you're not already inclined to do it?
But we can also say that we were not well prepared for doing this. And I think imagination and foresight, it takes practice. You actually have to teach people to, as I said, think more, be able to think in different paths of development. And of course, that takes time and investment, and also a place and maybe a group or other people to discuss those perspectives with. And I think that is nothing that society invests much effort and money and into, because then people will demand different things.
Totally. And then it gets messier and complicated. So why would we want to go down that road, right?
Yes. And what you said also regarding what I feel in my work is where politics influence what I do is, for example, when I write a research application, they already ask for the result before I even done the research, because they want to know how to measure this, what the outcome would be. And of course, I understand it. If I'm going to play around with public money, they want to know if it's worth it. But I think it's very contradictory in relation to both art and to research, that you demand an answer beforehand. And then we cannot develop these lateral or other perspective on our sort of place here on Earth, because we are not allowed.
Yeah, we're too busy going in a straight line to a predetermined destination. How can we possibly go anywhere else? Totally. Yeah.
Look.
Oh, Chris, you think? I'm not sure if it's maybe just a mic thing. Yeah.
Okay, and let me answer to this point, related again to imagination. That is one-way imagination, which is in fact a reactive imagination, also in terms of consume that Khalid addressed. If I can imagine only, let's say as a kind, a bit overemphasized, as a kind of primitive organism, I can only imagine to some inputs I get in terms of what I have to consume now, what I have to do now for my own benefit, whatever this benefit might be in my perception. And then this is what I want to call it, a reactive imagination. And the true imagination in the direction of a desired true resilience. True means here in terms of mindset, as for real communities, means real resilience. A true imagination works very different. And then I have to leave for true imagination, I have to leave the system first, which I am in now. I have to conceive a total different perspective. And if it is not possible due to the systemic resilient aspects Michael mentioned in this very good example of this research application, if we already know what we have to do, then we can quit with research altogether. And this is an epitome of an entire situation I wanted to introduce as a systemic resilience. It's a systemic force. It's a systemic entanglement, getting like these self-making autopoietic systems, getting more and more momentum and getting more and more stable. It develops a resilience of its own, in other words. And this is our real life. This is no theory. This is the real life we are all embedded in now.
Well, we've also got a comment from Dr. Dennis Nietzsche in the chat. He says, from a city administration perspective, what Michael mentioned is crucial. How can I educate citizens to be able to really live the right of cities instead of being a mere object, technological or economic facts? I think that's so true. I don't know if Khalid, if you want to say something on that.
You know, as someone who spends most of his time as an educator, I feel clueless on how to answer that question. You know, the challenge that I feel when you write that is related to what Michael said, and it's that the speed and pace of our lives feels like it's moving so fast, it's hard to slow down and recognize what may come that we don't already see a straight line towards. So at some level, I think about how might we slow down? And it goes back to that quote by Petriglieri about how might we introduce distraction and maybe boredom into spaces such that we may find their creativity and imagination that is not there otherwise. And I think at some level, we're moving so fast and in such an individualistic way, it's hard to find the space for that. On the other side, I worry that the complexity of the worlds we live in is so much more intense than ever before. The speed at which the technology is and the economy is shifting, it's how do we I had a student the other day, and he's Swiss, and he said, he explained the sort of direct democratic process in Switzerland, and he said, I don't really know what I'm voting on all the time. It's very complicated. I'm not trained in that space. And it does open up this question of what do we do in a world that's more complicated than our cognitive ability / time enables us to engage with? I'm not sure I have a good answer for that.
I think it's true. I think people switch off, don't they? If they don't know much about something, they just think, oh, well, someone else will sort that out, or someone, you know, they shift the responsibility without maybe even realizing it. But yeah, maybe Michael, do you have any anything to add to that about educating people on that? Well,
I think I'm struggling with this in some of the projects I'm dealing with, because I live in Sweden, and we have regulation about how to involve the public and so on into these processes. But most processes is about, since we are a representative democracy, most involvement is about informing what already have been decided for the people. So when they come to hear what has been decided, they cannot influence anything. But during the last 2 years, there has grown an awareness about, if we want to engage people more in society and democratic development, maybe we need to find ways and processes to sort of involve people before the decisions are taken. And they are really also, they're saying, we need to do this need to deepen this dialogue because it's crucial. Because people organize maybe in one way when they make their vote, but they organize differently in specific questions. And of course, this will create, if we get more messy. But I think thinking, as you said, Khalid, with this, you have to struggle a bit. There has to be friction. You have to learn about that it's not a straight line forward. You have to negotiate. You have to work on your rhetoric skills as well. And we are actually not demanded, but we are encouraged to actually set these processes, to start these kind of processes. But it's early. I haven't done it yet, but we are working in a project with exactly this, and it's so interesting to interview and talk to people on all these different levels, and to sort of take out these different experience and perspectives that are so different and so rich of both narrowness in how you perceive and look at other people, but also of the possibilities that maybe the politician does not see, because they don't, there are no surfaces for them to meet these people.
You know, which that's a fascinating point, and it gets really to Dr. Dennis's question a little bit about, we need to create surfaces for people to meet at some level. From a structural sort of urban perspective, how might we facilitate the meeting of people? And I don't just mean in a literal physical way, some sort of modernist project of interaction between the other and the self, but I mean that in a way of like across attending to the differences in power. How do we introduce, you know, how do we enable a citizen 50 generations native to this place to a recent immigrant and have them really meet and build community together? I think that requires, for sure, the physical interaction, but also an attentiveness to the power differences and the different conceptions of the world, and a mediation of that process.
I think that's a very interesting domain, and not just a topic. It's an entire domain. It relates to architecture, to the built space architecture, first of all, and in the foreground, but also to the invisible part of architecture. Architecture is a mode of organization. And if we conceive architecture as the deliberately put mode of organization opposed also to self-organizing processes, then the question is in terms of resilience and resilient communities, first of all, how these architectures, these organizational architectures shall look like in terms of facilitating these very interactions you mentioned, Khalid. It's a different domain, as said, but I think it's also an important domain as when we are speaking about a momentum of the existing systemic resilience.
We'll all become urbanists before we know it.
Good point. Are there any other questions, comments? I think it's an interesting point, and I'm desperately waiting for some other inputs, comments, questions.
Can I say some more stuff? I think also we should be very clear with that some of these changes and some of these processes take time. We are working with a community of gardeners who lives in small apartments, but they are 50 of them. They have a part in the city here. And it took them 8 years of negotiating with the local government to get this lot where they can And most people would have gone away in week 3, because this was not what they imagined, that this will take such a long time. And of course, this is built into democracy, that they are slow, they are slow movers in that sense, because they have to defend themselves against fast-moving, strong forces, of course. And there you have all these layers of decisions that has to be taken. But on the other hand, I think it's important when people are involved or when they are engaged, that they actually can actually feel that they have made a difference, that they have actually what they have in the time they have invested should result in something for them. Because there are so many creative city workshops everywhere where people come, you post-it notes and all of that, and then you go away and the politicians feel fine and nothing happens. And I think that is wasteful, and that is not how to engage people.
And you know, I find some of my greatest hopes in efforts that are started from the perspective of the people who want to be engaged themselves. And I think about the example of the city of Richmond here in California, where there's an old greenway that used to be a railroad track. It was converted to a green space, but this is one of the poorest areas of the entire Bay Area, and it was totally like a trash dump and a really poorly taken care of space. And the community that lives really close to this greenway came together on their own and held, these are completely non-experts. They held design workshops over how should we make this space. They held events to bring people together to think about how to create the space. It took them as a community 3 years just to set up agreements on how they'll work together before they started doing the work, because they had to go through so much stickiness. Then when they drew up these plans, they sent them to some landscape architects. The landscape architects came back with a cookie cutter design for a park. And they said, no, we wanted you to do what we drew for you, just make it look nice. And it took 3 rounds, and eventually the lead architect came and said, are you serious? And they said, we're absolutely serious. We involved everybody for weeks, and it's a space unlike any other, because you feel the people in that space. Even if it doesn't fit some technical model of the right way to flow traffic, you understand there's something else going on there, and there's a deep beauty in that.
I think it's also a very important aspect. The spontaneity is making up the action of the community, and this is again to do with imagination, as just to address the issues we tackled so far. And the point Michael mentioned, as this we experienced in our hometown, we experience it very often. That this, I call it pseudo participation. So if people have to bring their ideas of an already made thing, this is this very same effect as the research results have to be fixed when I'm applying for the research procedure. And in Italy, they say this is a commedia dell'arte, you know, so we do so as if we would participate and if we would really introduce as the affected, as a means the inhabitants of an area, for instance, in a process. And I think the difficult point is in this positive example you mentioned, Khalid. The difficult thing is how these real innovative movements and real, in a good sense of communitarian, how these real communitarian, community-oriented moves can find their place in a system architecture which has no place for them, in fact, despite it is an official commedia dell'arte participation, of course. But if you want to really participate for a real resilience, what to do then? Huh? So except in finding the niches you mentioned.
at some level, like I hear you asking, like, are we trapped in the cracks and fissures of a larger structure and stuck operating in those spaces? Or might we somehow exist beyond that and not always be trapped in these dominant frames and structures that seem overwhelming to us?
I'm thinking about, just to relate to your point, Khalid, at the moment, I'm thinking about the slow moving that Michael was addressing here. If it's if this slow moving actually is a feature of democracy as some kind of defense against some immediate extremist forces and so on, and how to distinguish between this commedia dell'arte from Ulrich, this pseudo, it's moving slowly and it's moving and you can participate, and this kind of moving slowly and it's actually moving. How to distinguish between these two directions at the moment. And on another, another thought about this is, isn't this the fast result? Isn't the expectation of a fast result also some kind of neoliberal idea that I have an impact and then I have to see the immediate result from my impact and so on? And maybe we have to train people actually to be somehow bored, as you said, Khalid, that this kind of boring feature has to be inscribed into our education.
Love it. I love it. Absolutely. It also makes me wonder about the differences in, you know, albeit somewhat stereotypical, but like urban and rural life, and the speed of the urban pace and the differences of rural pacings, and how we may be undermining ourselves in that not constant speed, and unable to see some things, and unable to see some of the wisdoms that come from other spaces as a result. Yeah.
Khalid, in my understanding, you're a civil engineer, right? So you were talking about this boring spaces. How could a boring space look like that it's not dystopian? It's a thought. You were talking about this boring spaces, and it immediately catches into my expertise. But it's, from my perspective, a boring place was always a dystopian place. But you were totally right, it isn't. So, but I cannot imagine, and now we are back to imagination and so on, how a boring but enabling space could look like.
You know, I think that's an interesting question. And I think it need not be boring, all concrete and empty. I think it may mean boring in the language of sort of the modern meaning of excitement. And what I mean by that is like a large park with, quote, nothing in it, but is actually filled with richness, is on the face of it very boring. You know, it's not like a video game with constant nonstop stimulation. It's actually like you have to sit with the place in order to be stimulated. It doesn't come to you without that patience. You know, I think about like sitting in nature. As you move through, nature runs away from you. You're a predator. But if you sit, suddenly things come to you in a different way. And so those spaces are boring to the untrained eye, and yet, of course, filled with richness. So maybe boring is the wrong word, but I mean boring in the sort of techno-utopian versions of the world in that sense.
I like it a lot. Thank you very much. Very nice.
People, are there any other comments, ideas, thoughts? It's a crucial issue we are speaking about now, no? And
there's one other thing about boring that comes to mind for me, and it has to do with our intergenerational connections. Sitting with old people is labeled as boring. How upside down is a world where we think that way? That is the inverse of every traditional society that has ever existed, that sitting with old people is a boring waste of time. And that has robbed us of the kind of wisdom that only comes with age, right? And I think this is a major problem. We're looking for a kind of stimulation that is actually lacks wisdom, depth, and the kind of beauty that comes in other ways.
Also, very good point as regards slowness, no? Culture needs time and place to unfold. And first of all, also time on a place to unfold. This is this history point in a practical sense. As an example here, we are here in Venice. The Venetian culture couldn't have come up in an age of neoliberal capitalism, where all the cafes look all alike, where you have McDonald's and so on and so on. They made an individualist difference. This is a unique city that needed time over centuries, in this case, to unfold it all. Or your example of walking in nature, you have to sit in the park and then nature is coming to you. If you are moving all the time, it will run away, right? And I think this is symptomatic for this, and this is Andy's question, in my eyes. This is symptomatic also for this neoliberal context we are in, and the influence on our daily mindsets, also not just on our daily practical life conditions, forming the architectural, the organization of our daily lives, but our mindsets, first of all. If we have no time, we cannot realize anything.
Yeah.
No, I think what we could do now is, if there are no more points from our participants or any questions anyone has, we could take a 5-minute break potentially, and we'll let Khalid go, and thank him enormously for joining us and his fantastic presentation. I think it's opened up a lot of points, and we're going to carry on after the break thinking about the imagination utopia. So thank you again, and hope to see you soon.
Thanks for having me. I'm off to bed soon.
Thank you very much. This was really inspiring, Khalid. Ciao.
See you.
Great. So yes, we'll take a 5-minute break. Anyone here in Venice who'd like to join us, please do take a seat. I'm just going to also invite you all to send us a message on any of our social media platforms. We've got Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I'm just about to share my screen where you'll be able to see. Here we go. Oh, sorry. Go through that. There we go. So as you can see, coming up after the break, we'll have a presentation from Alessandro Scarfi from the Warburg Institute on Resilience and Utopia. But in the meantime, please do send us a message, add the hashtag ISWG workshop. Tell us a bit more about how you experience resilience in your community. So see you in 5 minutes. So I make that about, let's say, 22. Yeah, 22. Okay, brilliant. All right, see you in a second.
No, dai, su, Utopia.
Okay, I think we're now live again. So I just wanted to welcome Alessandro Scarfi to our event today. Thank you so much for being here. We're just about to start our next topic area, which is resilience, myth and utopia. And we'll be hearing a fantastic presentation from Alessandro in just a minute. But before we do, I just want to hand over to Ulrich to say a few words about this new topic area and the relationship between resilience and utopia.
It might be a very unusual combination to speak about myth and utopia when we are speaking about resilience, but in its essence, this is our thesis. Resilience is a utopian move insofar as resilience is longing for a perfected situation for human beings, a perfect state of being which does not exist yet, but which will exist in the future. And resilience relates to a backward utopia. There has been a situation for us as a resilient community, for instance. There has been a situation when we as a community were in a better state of existence, a kind of assumed better state in history, in the past. And this better state we have to reach again. This is the utopian component. Next to this other utopian component, get better by being resilient. We get more adaptable, more flexible. We are more prepared for unforeseen threatenings and so on. And in these terms, in these two dimensions towards the future, while relating to an imagined past, resilience is an utopian move. And here we have the cultural heritage issue coming into play. Old mythic images, for instance, of a paradise lost and to be regained again. And this is the point where Alessandro will come into play now with his contribution.
Yes, brilliant. And before he does, I just would like to introduce him more formally. So Alessandro has lectured on medieval and Renaissance cultural history at the Warburg Institute at the University of London since 2007. Prior to that, he taught for 8 years at the University of Bologna. He is the author of Mapping Paradise, a history of heaven on earth and maps of paradise, and has co-authored publications on Christian pilgrimage and the cosmography of paradise. Alessandro's interest in human resilience is fundamentally related to his research on paradise and the modern notion of utopia. Today, he'll explore how paradise and utopia provide a haven of consolation. They also offer incentives to action and opportunities for people to cope with the pressures of an imperfect world. So thank you for joining us, Alessandro, and I'll hand over to you to share your PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ulrich. You said it all. It is an unusual combination, but it makes a lot of sense because resilience is an utopian move, as you said, and an utopian movement. And exactly my suggestion today is that the medieval notion of paradise on earth and the early modern vision of utopia embodied what I would say the ultimate form of human resilience. As it was already said, in the face of an imperfect world, these utopian visions not only provide comfort and consolation, they also offer incentives to action. The medieval Christian notion that God created man perfect in body and soul, that God granted the first human pair a perfect natural habitat, and that the delights of this paradise are still available within the human soul, in the sacramental life of the church, that they will be fully restored in the final bliss in heaven, this very notion promoted resilience. This notion allowed men and women in the midst of their trouble to maintain their highest identity, to trust in their divine origin, to overcome the evil around and within them. The early modern utopia, eu topos and ou topos, is both a good place and a no place, as the ancient Greek said. The perfect island must exist somewhere, even though it is nowhere. The utopian resilience ensures that we don't lose sight of the vision of a perfect human condition, that we don't give up the dream of a perfect human society. Imagine all the people living life in peace, no need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Do you see the cloud above the profile of John Lennon? For Schopenhauer, there is always a cloud above us, but we are convinced that all around the cloud must be bright light. Paradise is always remote, either in time or in space, in the past, at the beginning, in the future, at the end, somewhere there, inaccessible. Many traditions tell us that a paradise existed yesterday during a marvelous age, that paradise will return tomorrow in the glory of a divine eternity, that paradise is already here in some hidden corner of the earth. For the Hindus, Mount Meru, the paradise of Brahma. For the Greeks, for the Romans, the golden age of Saturn, the garden of the Hesperides, the Elysian fields. For the Muslims, the heavenly garden of Al-Jannah. All religions have a paradise to hope for. But paradise remains always somewhere else, always inaccessible, always outside of time. And we need resilience to hope for some kind of paradise, to believe in utopia. Now, just to give you some food for thought and some material for our discussion, I'll introduce very briefly the medieval Christian vision of a paradise on earth, which I think is a neglected episode in the history of utopian thought. It all started because of the Bible. God created man in his own image, male and female. And God created a garden for this new creature, the Garden of Eden, with all kinds of trees and the river divided into 4 branches. It was Augustine in the 5th century who promoted the birth of a notion, the idea of a paradise on earth, the specific place where Adam and Eve enjoyed their bliss. A natural bliss, a corporeal perfection, a sensual love, in a real material place on earth. And we find this resilient notion visualized on medieval maps. On this map, we see the biblical Garden of Eden appearing just as any known regions of the earth. India, Mesopotamia, Egypt, Assyria, Arabia. According to medieval Christian belief, after original sin, after the expulsion of Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden remained empty, but still existed on earth, probably in the east, beyond Asia, but made inaccessible by a barrier in time, original sin, and a barrier in space, a wall of fire, an ocean impossible to cross, a mountain too high to climb. And yet, this inaccessible paradise was connected to the inhabited world through the 4 rivers. Isidore, Bishop of Seville, 7th century, as you can read here, paradise is a place in the east, always temperate, now inaccessible, surrounded on all sides by a wall of fire, reaching almost to heaven. Bede, the scholar monk from Northumbria, 8th century, the Garden of Eden was and is on earth. I'm cutting a very long story short, but let me say that at the end of the Middle Ages, significant changes radically transformed European geography, cartography, and theology. And this is visible on maps. This 15th century map has south at the top, and we still find paradise in the east, in Asia, here. Here you see the architecture of paradise of my title. Paradise on Earth is no longer presented with a traditional iconography as a garden simply enclosed by a wall or with Adam and Eve. Here the garden has become a castle, a fortified city. Here the garden is concealed behind the impenetrable fortifications of a splendid architecture perched on a hill. And I see in this novel iconography a kind of visual resilience. The traditional map sign for paradise on Earth that could be accommodated on medieval maps structured on the combination of time and space with no concern for mathematical precision, and then looked as a garden, once included in a completely new cartographical context, a modern map only interested in the depiction of normal locations situated in the present, that map sign takes the shape of a highly fortified settlement. Now its isolation, its difference, its separation from the earth is definitely highlighted. The garden has become a city. Eden resembles the heavenly Jerusalem. Its separation echoes modern visions of utopia. The same happens on this other map, always from the 15th century. This is my drawing, where you see here the Garden of Eden, again, not far from India, and again, no longer a garden. It's a splendid city with a column, a dome, a tower, a fortified city enclosed by a magnificent architecture, not dissimilar from contemporary visions of the heavenly Jerusalem. So it seems that the natural, the human perfection on earth has been transferred to heaven. And what is left today of these forms of fundamental resilience? Utopian visions are very powerful, but always generate a profound contradiction between freedom and control. And it has happened that dreams have become nightmares. Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. For a century, we have experienced the deadly consequences of utopian, of totalitarian visions. The strength, the union, the resurrection of a chosen people, Deutschland, the Lager. The dream of universal justice, equality, work and property for everyone, the Gulag. And yet there is something fundamentally human in these utopian visions, in these paths of utopia, as Martin Buber named them. Something even divine. This is a design for a National Socialist Forum in Berlin. The design, as you can read, was presented to Hitler by the town of Cologne in 1939. And the model was the Temple of Solomon. This representation of the Communist Revolution by Clement Redko is modeled upon apocalyptic representations of the heavenly Jerusalem. Let me conclude this short presentation with this map from the 3rd edition of Thomas More's Utopia, published in 1518. As you all know, it was More who coined this paradoxical term utopia, eu topos, no topos, utopos. For this perfect island More also coined the other paradoxical terms that you may read on this map. Anhydris from Greek, the waterless river. Amaurote, the spectral city. Ademus, a ruler without subjects. And there are so many in the book. And these paradoxes suggest how difficult it is to imagine a perfect human life outside time in an idealized space. These paradoxes point to the fundamental contradiction of these visions that evoke an inaccessible perfection. This is a manipulation of the image, highlighting the deadly aspect of utopia. This was brought to my attention by a dentist, can you believe it, a very defined gentleman, who noticed the teeth in the engraving and published an article on the hypothesis that behind the map of the island was a skull, which could be a pun on the name of Mors, memento mori. But in our discourse today, I think is a very interesting symbol, making the point that behind any beautiful utopian dream, there is a deadly poison. So these are my questions to discuss. What are the modern forms of utopian resilience? Have you lost sight of the vision of a perfect humankind? If so, is this a good or a bad thing? What is the place for traditional faith in our modern Western society? Thank you.
Yeah, Alessandro, many thanks for this very concise presentation and concentrated presentation. I want to go immediately to your three questions, and beginning with the first one. Are there any questions, comments on behalf of the audience as regards this first point?
Actually, if we could get that slide back up, or I can present from here. If you've got it open, that would be brilliant, yeah. Just so we can have a look at some of those beautiful images as well.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Can you see it?
Yep. Yeah, the interesting point in my personal perspective is the first question. Are there modern forms of utopian resilience? And in relation to that, is the entire movement of resilience as an idea, as an inner image, no? Is this entire movement of resilience not utopian per se? In that it longs for a perfect state of human existence.
Is it a question to me, Ulrich?
It's a question to you and also to the audience, to both.
Yes. Well, I was sure that these themes were also dear to you, and they are dear to me. And there is a famous drawing by Le Corbusier that I haven't included in this presentation, that again represents the ambiguity of this notion that is both giving life and giving death. And this is the drama of human history and this search for utopia, because I put as a provocation, I paired Nazism and communism, the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, because as Norman Cohen, with a beautiful book on the medieval forms of millenarianism pointed out, they are similar in the way in which they don't simply promise the improvement of a social life to improve the schooling or the health service or things like that. If you look at the imagery of these totalitarian movements, they rather promise that radical new life, the human condition completely changed. A kind of Edenic society, not just a reformed with some imperfection. This is the power of utopia, the fact that how we are actually attracted to it, but then also is implicit idealism and dangerous tendency of controlling reality that is uncontrollable. I don't know if yeah.
I think it's an important aspect, and for me, the relation between the desire for perfection and the death aspects are intrinsically belonging together, because a perfect state is an end state. An end state, eo ipso, cannot be refined anymore. But first of all, it has not to be changed. And in my eyes, this relates also to the third question of yours. So what is the place for traditional faiths in modern Western societies? These utopian hopes, they have the shape of faith as regards our cultural heritage. So these inner images we bear in our cultural heritage, and this perfection image, so that we will have a second and final paradise after we have lost the first one. That we are able, as modern men, to produce, to really create a second final paradise. For instance, the modern architect Mies van der Rohe said, so if we have a little common sense, and if we work together just a little, we would be able to create paradises. And this is the relation as regards modernity also with progress. As if the Christian version of history, here the history has a clear direction. From a first paradise, we irreversibly lost. No? Towards a second paradise, like your fortified city versions of the paradise you presented. And the second final paradise we can achieve now with the help of technology. And we can make it materialized, seemingly. And this, in my eyes, refers also to the saying of the Roman writer Sallust, who said, Mies never happened in their exact form as they have been narrated, because they are happening all the time. And this is this modern tradition of a paradise and of this mythic longing as a translated and disguised behind, for instance, conception of the smart city or of conception of the green city. We bring back nature into the city, thereby reconciling this dichotomy between nature and culture. And these are all signs for me as that this traditional faiths are continuing underground, so to say. And we still strive for perfection, and perfection means as an absolute standstill. It has not, a perfect state cannot be moved. And if you combine this with this modernist disguised forms of searching for paradise, it's a very dangerous combination in my eyes.
Yeah, this is very well said. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed the profile of John Lennon at the beginning of my presentation. I put it there on purpose because, as we all know, his song Imagine is iconic, has been so much heard and loved. But I'm not sure that we pay enough attention to the text. And the text to me is very interesting. I quoted the most easy part of it, where John Lennon wished for a better world, all brothers, no war, and so on. But then the starting one is quite of a provocation. He says, imagine there is no heaven. no hell below. So he wished for a world without religion, and thus we go for the third question. And he says, it's easy if you try, it's easy if you can. You can imagine, at least only imagine, a world without heaven and hell. My point is that it's not easy at all, because even John Lennon, when he says, forget about other worlds, let's stay on Earth and let's imagine a different Earth, then in this very moment, he wished for another world. So we should be aware that our human life locked only on this Earth is a prisoner's life, and we naturally need to go beyond that in whatever forms, wishing no religion and no wars in the name of religion, but nevertheless still hoping for another world, not for this one.
I find it really interesting that there's this intersection between these more traditional examples where we've seen the maps that you showed us in your presentation, you know, and then utopia, as it seems, you know, today, and how people experience it in the modern world, because clearly, you know, you can chart these lines of, you know, people believing in something or imagining something, and I think it takes on so many different forms. You know, I don't know, as part of your work, do you kind of categorize or try and map some of those trends and see how they've developed or evolved over time?
Well, yes, you used a key word for me, map, because I've been working on maps and working and studying how people have done exactly this exercise you mentioned before me in history. And it's fascinating. The maps I've shown you is how the resilience of a devout Christian of the Middle Ages and the early modern era, up to the 18th century, must be said, tried to accord what he read in his sacred or her sacred text, the Bible, with scientific knowledge of her time. To map it is to give order to a chaotic material. And yes, for example, I tried, it's a very discussed issue in scholarship, in politics, and it's a never-ending question, even on how would we define utopia. People are not haven't found an agreement. So yes, I'm trying to impose some kind of order on this magma of aspiration, with the awareness that these are crucial, these are really fundamental part of our human condition. And we need, when Ulrich mentioned the dangerous side of some new form of utopian visions, and the book I mentioned at the beginning or during my presentation by Norman Cohn, who was a very refined historian of the Middle Ages, and he, as I said, he studied millenarian movements in the Middle Ages, this burst of disorder, of hope, these huge masses following a charismatic leader and trying to get everything upside down and change their lives. He compared them to the 20th century totalitarianism. But what I found crucial is the quotation he put at the beginning of the book. It was a French quotation. I don't remember the words, but the point was that it is not enough to condemn any folly of the past. We need to understand. And I'm sure in Germany, in Italy, there's been a long debate about our recent past, our own totalitarianism, our involvement in the war, in the extermination and genocide of people. But then, as Norman Cohn said, it's not enough to condemn, which is of course necessary, but we need to understand why these things happened. They were not only isolated mad leaders. Masses of people believed in that, in good faith. They wanted to change their lives. So I think it's a very relevant issue nowadays when we have witnessed, so the thing that the decline of ideologies is named, but there are new forms, and we better understand and possibly channel this.
You addressed a very important point as regards to human desire for reaching a more perfect state. And this relates to, in my eyes at least, this relates to another question. It's about a relation between resilience, as a concept of resilience for concrete communities, utopia, as an utopian move, and the human condition. The question is, if you look at the will to realize utopia, what a German philosopher said, to make a concrete utopie, a concrete utopia in terms of architecture, of social organization, as well as of built space, for which kind of human beings we made which kind of architecture. And here the death aspect you mentioned comes into play, due to the perfect state of the respective architecture. Why all these architectures have to be perfect? Isn't it possible to imagine an utopia that is open? Also, John Lennon revisited, so to say, you know? If you do not plan the perfect end state, but to imagine a path of development where a human condition can unfold in a kind of evolutionary process.
Yeah, very well said, Ulrich. I just say the last thing, so perhaps we may leave room to the audience if there are questions. Let me say that I'm fascinated by this topic. I can see the ambiguous and problematic nature. What you said led me to think of the dream of Renaissance architects that I studied, I'm sure you're aware of. They drew and they believed to establish a perfect society on Earth by using perfect laws and perfect architecture, because they claim that the city, the Commonwealth, is like a human body and a human person, I would say, with body and soul. The body would be the physical urban structure of the city, the streets, the squares, the buildings, and the soul are the laws. So these Renaissance people thought, if we draw perfect architecture, if we legiferate perfect laws, then we will create a perfect community. But the crucial point is that this kind of operation should, in their views, be inspired by the universal laws of nature. So there is always a transcendent element, and this would allow the dynamism and not being a kind of petrifying imposition of a living organic material, which is life.
I think this is crucial, the relation to nature. And if you look at the recent today's resilient movements with the attempt to cope with climate change, mythologically translated in terms of worldview, coping with our departure from nature since long, and how to reconcile or even remove this kind of departure towards our coming closer to nature again. If we see this, if we see this envisaged human condition, I think the relation to nature, and this relates to your second question, and to your third question of the traditional faith at the same time. Nature is cosmos and a cosmic order, and modern man does not believe in cosmic orders any longer. And this is the link to Khalid Qadir's presentation about the neo-liberal context we are living in today. If I have freed individuals without a cosmic order, how to reappear to nature as a prerequisite for really developing utopia.
Indeed.
Maybe we can go back to that fascinating image you had of the skull with the map of utopia. I think it was your final slide. I'd be really interested to know people's views on that. I find it really interesting. I know we've talked about the relationship between utopia and death. But one thing I think linking to the previous presentation we had by Khalid Kadir was this idea of the discomfort of resilience and sitting with the problems that we have to work through. And I think there's something in that image of the skull as well that reminds us that, yes, we might have utopia and we might have the imagination to push us forward. You know, we are, you know, dealing with some difficulties in the present and we have to face those at the same time. What do other people think about that? Are there any comments or ideas on this idea of the skull? Please feel free to either unmute yourself and speak, or you can write into the chat.
Point is, the people are overwhelmed in the audience about utopia and your presentation. They are just silent. So we have to continue. The point is what you mentioned in this Renaissance concept with nature. Could you say something more on this?
Yes.
Specific?
Well, yes. First of all, yes, I was thinking when you mentioned yourself, you also went on this theme, and it's interesting. At the beginning, in the introduction, my work on pilgrimage was mentioned, and what I studied, in fact, traditional forms of pilgrimage, historical, the pilgrimage, for example, to Subiaco, is the cave where Saint Benedict spent 3 years in meditation. Then a magnificent monastery was built around this, and then it has been a site for pilgrimage in the past. Then I also studied modern forms of pilgrimage, in particular tourism, and how, interestingly, the link between the old and the new is nature. These sites are usually sited in magnificent natural scenery, and modern tourists are attracted to it. So if we go into the third question, what is the place of traditional faith in our society? And in view of what you said about the concern for the planet and the action for climate change, this reference to nature may be the way forward, because it's definitely, it's interesting. I mentioned utopia, I mentioned utopian studies. Of course, there are scholars inspired by their own faith who insist on the fact that it is an Augustinian and St. Paul notion that if man tries to build his own heavenly Jerusalem on earth without the grace of God, it becomes hell. And the idea, the contradiction between the city of God of Augustinian taste and the city of man as two opposing cities, mystical realities, not earthly realities. But then again, it's a kind of contraposition. And then I mentioned the ideal city of the Renaissance that reverted completely this traditional view of the relationship between matter and spirit, human and divine, imperfection, corruption, and heavenly perfection in a different form, emphasizing, but this was already in the Western tradition in many Neoplatonic and trends anyway, it's a long story, but emphasizing not the opposition between the here and the there, but their identity. They overlap each other. We can get through perfection to perfection through imperfection, which is in fact one of the leading ideas of Dante's Divine Comedy. And I take the opportunity here to invite you to join my Dante reading on Monday. Anyway, Radeburg. Sorry.
This is an interesting additional aspect, identity. Recent concepts and ideas, these are finally ideas, inner images about resilience refer to the identity point. And this, in my eyes, relates very much to the utopian point, because I have to get, as an individual or as a group, I have to get resilient only if I lost my identity or have to regain it or to defend it in the face of threat. And it's very interesting that the former buzzword, as a lead idea, the former buzzword of sustainability has been replaced by the new buzzword of resilience. Why? We are have to get to become resilient now. It's not longer in us to be sustainable, we have to become resilient. And in this way, the lead idea can be a reflection of actual real trends going on in our recent society. This is one aspect. And the other aspect I want to address also again and ask you again is about the human condition and the open utopia you mentioned. Is there possible to imagine a perfect or harmonic human condition? Harmonic is a desire for perfection. A harmonic human condition which is not utopian in the classical prefixed sense, but open to development?
Well, I hope so. This is our $1 million question. And yes, this is the challenge. This is a challenge not to lose sight of the ideal and yet not to even dream of impose a fixed order on reality. Many years ago, when I published my book on mapping paradise, an Australian artist contacted me because he said he was inspired by my book, and he created some sculpture that tried to visualize exactly this issue. He said that he would see in the grid of geographical coordinates of early modern maps the attempt to put order on society, and then in the decoration on the cartouche and the ornamental details of these same maps, the freedom of life trying to escape from the grid. And then he created this huge sculpture which was exhibited at the Royal Geographical Society in London, and we organized a workshop like this one to discuss this issue. And I think is the issue, because I don't know about you, Ulrich, but of course we scholars and intellectuals and artists, we put in our work also our experience. And my experience in Italy is that I was too young to share what could be seen in the last millenarian movements in Western Europe, which was the 68 of the, but then I was too old to not to have been infected by this millenarian virus. And then in this way, I explained why then in my studies, I've been always attracted by this phenomena where if you see my CV, is a continuous recurring of these ideal cities, utopias, and paradise, and paradoxes, because the maps I've shown you, they are visual paradoxes. They try to locate a heaven on earth, which is impossible. Likewise, to conceive of a human, natural, material body as immortal as they did in the Middle Ages, is a paradox. It's impossible to conceive of that, because human bodies by nature, as Aristotle himself explained, is prone to corruption and unfortunately destined to die, to dissolve. So what you said, to conceive of an open utopia, this is the challenge. I hope it's possible. Definitely, if you survey the literature of utopia, is full of ideas and quotations of people thinking that utopia is a necessary companion of a human voyage. We can't get, we need to have an ideal, and then in view of this ideal, we try to improve our society. The same, even our legal system has a model to refer to. What the ancient Romans, I think, is something that we should recover and not lose the notion of fas. So the law is not only the particular things that you use to get your tenants. It's something more serious. It's the fas, it's the universal order, it's the cosmos. If I do something wrong to my neighbor, I go against the fas. I mean, Roman law, I think, had to be rediscovered. But certainly, third question, we need to, in my opinion, then it would be nice to see what you and the audience think of it. We need to rediscover and reformulate in our own terms a vital relationship with some transcendent reality. Again, as Dante put it, you are human only if you are able to be transhuman. Trasumanare, in Italian is the term. To be truly human, you need to go beyond yourself. And when you do that, you will be really yourself, authentically yourself. So we should also, and I'm sure when you talk about resilience today, the other contributor will touch upon this, on the danger of individualism, which is our society. And we should also have the idea that we are in a commonwealth. No paradise is for a single person. It's always a social thing. In Dante, you see individual linked to each other, that they inhabit each other. It's a social idea.
We were just talking about that actually in the previous presentation, the relationship between individuals and society, and how, you know, things, external influences, for example, you know, the coronavirus has changed that. You know, we're having to now relearn how to socialize in a way, because we've spent the best of the past 2 years online. And I was wondering, actually, building on that, what's your views on how the meaning of utopia might change in response to the external factors and the influences around us, the pandemic being one? You know, how does it change how we see utopia, do you think, these kind of external factors? Well,
I think the term utopia has been so successful because this was coined as a pun that Thomas More invented in the early 16th century, and we still use this term because in itself is a contradiction. Because, as I said in the beginning, it comes from Greek, and it is topos, a place, which is eu, good, and ou, no. So it's something good, which is not. This is the literal translation. So what we've been through in the last couple of years is really extraordinary. And as you said, sorry?
I think there was just a bit of a glitch, but we can hear you all right.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
Thank you. It's something that has changed our approach to society and to each other, to ourselves. So utopia, I wouldn't be sure how, I'm curious, that's why I ended with these open questions to see what you think. Some years ago, I was invited to a conference in Moscow just after the fall of the communist era. So it was, to me, very interesting. And I discussed these themes. And my suggestion was that the new utopian space could be indeed represented by the technological, virtual, digital space. This is a new space that's been created. I don't think any longer in these terms. Now we got used to this, and certainly I don't know. The honest answer, the beginner answer to your question is I don't know, but I can see that always there is something good out of some evil. This couple of years, I hope, will force us to rethink radically our approach to society, to the planet, and to the transcendent reality. I think this is the hope I treasure.
It's an interesting aspect. It relates again also to the cosmos in my perception. Also, these recent and serious and needed discussions about climate change and ecological problems. If you see nature and as a kind of cosmos, and then we have to reappear this cosmos. So despite here this reappearance to the cosmos also appears in a disguised form. So we do not speak about cosmos. We speak about climate change, but it's about cosmos in the end.
Indeed.
And the question is, how we can achieve it to relate it to the first presentation, just in order to try to link what we are dealing with today in the workshop. If we have this individualist and materialistic approach, the aspect of transcendence you mentioned, which is very important, we can only get cosmic beings if we are able to transcend ourselves. How this transcendent can look in a completely materialistic and consume-oriented culture.
Right, that's very important, and this is really the key, because as I mentioned Roman law, but every legal system and any religious ethic is founded upon the I would term the recognitions of the other, the fact that the world is not only myself. If I can't do anything that looked convenient to me if this injures someone else, and so on. This is the basis of legal system and ethical codes. And this is, to me, important exactly in this discussion. Now I dared to touch upon the big issues, but then if any fight for resilience, to keep your identity, to struggle, to survive against something that surrounds you, lose, in my view, all its value if it's not something relating to higher values. Otherwise, it's only a self-centered, even though it's in terms of community, of tribe action. Otherwise, I don't know whether this is time, but then I'll just share a very personal, familiar anecdote, which I think it's funny, but it touches upon the drama of history. I've been for years a happy unmarried uncle, and one of my nieces, he was I think around 5, he was the son of my sister. He would always claim the rights of children. He would always say, why in a table the conversation is set by adults? We are persons. We want to have our impact. We need to be considered. He would always get offended if our friends would invite only the adults and not the children, and so on. Once I went to him, I said, look, his name is Ettore. Look, Ettore, I understand what you say, but tell me, once you will be an adult, will you respect the rights of children? And he answered me, of course not. I will be an adult. This is the lack of fuss, I think. The vision only for your own convenience. So it's a resilience which is not worthy to fight for, in my opinion.
Then we are back in these two cities, in these two city images from St. Augustine. And this transcendence aspect presupposes an idea of community, even if this community for the moment is utopian, in that it is not there, but we could achieve it. We could hope for a community. Otherwise, resilience gets an individualistic and technological issue, as like Khalid presented it with his smart city approaches. Smart for whom? And so all these questions will appear, which get lost in a pure individualistic approach. But if we align the idea of community, of a communitas in higher sense, to the idea of transcending our momentary existing state, so that we are not just bound to the wood of the moment, as Nietzsche said, if we are a bit more than just captured in presence, making our things and struggling to survive. What about resilience then, if we have this transcending movement towards an imagined community, which is utopian, of course?
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So if we look at the utopian ideas as possible futures that people had dealt with for ages, and I would say that most of these possibilities have by are sort of taken away by the politicians today, because if they have ideas about the future, they will not be re-elected. Because there are so many problems here and now that they have to deal with. So if they start talking about possible futures, they will not get re-elected. So we are sort of trapped in technocratic solutions of the human dilemma in that sense. I would prefer that there were politicians that had ideas about the future, but there are very few of them. So unfortunately, I think we are a bit stuck here at the moment. Based on, I believe in democracy, but it's hard to get a vote on an idea that you don't know too much about.
Yes, I guess that's a danger, isn't it? You know, if they don't know for certain what is going to happen or what could be the potential of this idea, it's too dangerous to kind of live that as a reality and to allow people to believe in something or to, you know, promote something or even mention the idea, which is, as you say, makes everything a lot more limited. Alessandro, do you have anything any comments on
yes,
Michael's?
Well, yes, that's a very good important point. It is true. We risk to stay trapped in this. Again, I must have myself an idealistic approach to this, and I would like to see a politician who would deal with very practical problems with as Ulrich also mentioned, with a higher mentalities. To me, it's not necessary that the politician the local elections talk about a new heaven, a new earth, this kind of stuff, but at least be inspired by a vision that transcends selfish horizons to organize. This would be already a great utopian achievement, and certainly is a very difficult balance to strike, because of course many Arcadian utopian visions are just naive escapes from reality, but we need not to understand the redemption of reality as an escape from it, and of course so in some sense I do believe that what we are discussing here today is part of the deepest need of human nature. So I'm pretty sure that an electorate that would sense if a politician is led by something higher than himself, you can see that. First of all, he would be an honest administrator.
I guess that's an important link, isn't it, from the individual centered or society to the having a community of people who believe in an idea. Obviously, you know, there are dangers of that, but you know, I think it's having the vision and having people working towards something that can be really powerful, whatever that may be.
And if we don't discuss the future and find common means to do that,
Yeah.
we are sort of led into the future backwards.
Yeah.
Yes.
We are not facing the future. We are facing history and the everyday where we are here and now. And of course, if we are occupied only with those problems, I think, for me at least, there are someone looking in that direction and having me looking in that direction.
Yeah.
I will be occupied with a lot of unimportant things. So
Yeah.
the future can be handled by someone else.
I think the imagination is so personal, isn't it? Everyone can have their different ideas of what they want or their hopes or dreams, but I think there needs to be some centralized force that's bringing people together in, you know, looking to the future, as you say, forward, not backwards.
Or more voluntary projects.
Yeah,
where you actually invest yourself into these projects, and you do it as we try this out now for a while, and we experiment as you do in design and art. You not say, I'm committed to do this for the rest of my life, but at least we could try it out to see if it's workable in going in that direction. And I would like to see a lot more initiatives like that in society.
Yes, and it's often these experimental, spontaneous ideas that lead to something bigger that becomes actually powerful and can change how things are done in the future. So I agree. I think it's you know, really important.
But then we're into another problem that some think that there is one solution for all, one way of life for all, and maybe that also is a problem that we have to deal with, that we have different ideas.
Indeed, yes, that's crucial. And this is what I don't know whether the English word is correct, the antinomy intrinsic to utopian visions. As I said, the opposition between freedom and control.
Yeah.
How many revolution have started with a leader that then after some time is going to be eliminated because I remember I was in Rome, I'm from Rome, and on the 4th, I lived very near the French embassy. And on the 4th of July of that year, there was an enactment in the square to celebrate the the Bastille, you know, the revolution. And the very weird situation was that there were these actors in the middle of the square playing the scene of the people assaulting the police of the time. And this show was in itself guarded by heavy policing of Italian police around it. I think this was, to me, an icon of what we are discussing. So someone claimed for freedom, and then that freedom is going to be imposed against the freedom of successive generations. I think this is another phenomenon that intrigues me, how values have been replacing from generation to generation, but unfortunately, similar attitude to intolerance and oppression recur with different labels, but they are the same. We may disagree if we go into naming the names of what these things, but I think the phenomenon is universal.
No, definitely. Sorry, go on. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was just thinking, actually, you know, this might be a good place to stop for lunch. We've got a 45-minute break, and I really want to say thank you so much, Alessandro, for joining us and for opening up this new idea of imagination and utopia. It's a great second presentation to have. We've just obviously seen with Khalid Kadir's presentation the negative ideas that we relate sometimes to resilience, but I think this has opened up something more positive and given us ideas and a way forward. So thank you very, very much for that. And I will just be putting a PowerPoint slide up on the screen now, just to let people know our next topic that we've got coming up after the break is resilience, community and architecture. And we've got two presentations by two architects who'll be giving us an insight into their projects. So thank you again, and hope to see you soon.
Many thanks. This was a very important contribution, and we should continue this conversation also after the workshop. But it was very, very important to address it, this utopian aspect and the cosmic aspect and transcendence related to it. Thank you very much, Alessandro.
Thank you for inviting me. And thank you all for listening. Ciao, see you later.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Hi, Jetin, can you hear me? Jetin? Can you? You have to switch on the mic, Jetin. Okay? No? Or can you write him something? Chetin. Chetin. Your mic is not working, Chetin. Chetin, look. Your mic is not working. You have to switch on your mic. No, I cannot understand. Chetin, you cannot write. Yeah. Chetin, your mic is not working. We cannot hear you. No, no chance. No, it's silent. It's silent. We cannot hear you. You can hear me, Chetin? Huh? Okay. Chetin. We cannot hear you. Ah.
All right. I can hear you. I don't know what's happening. We set it up last night. Can't hear you. Well, I thought it was working. I bought a new kit. I don't know. Flora, hi. You need to help me out. Everything was okay yesterday. I tested it. Today, my computer seems to be fuzzy. I come up with my hair. I come on. Okay, so I don't see myself. So what do I do? So can you see my screen?
Yeah. I can't. I haven't got the slideshow yet, but. Yeah. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. So you just need to do. I don't know how to change the name, but I wouldn't worry about that because I don't think it's
But you can't hear. You can't hear.
It's quiet. It's very quiet. But you can always take off the headphones and have it on your normal speaker.
Is that better? Yeah, can you hear me in Venice?
It's quite faint. But you can't hear. I don't know if there's anybody else.
Okay, how is that? Is that better? Okay, I didn't click the right thing. Okay, should we start? Right, hang on. I've got to figure out how to screen share. How do you screen share this damn thing? I need to become technologically more resilient.
Actually, we see your screen.
What on earth is going on here? Are you able to hear me?
Yep, very well.
Okay, great. And my screen is being shared?
Yeah, we can see the screen. I think you should go in the full screen mode.
I am in full screen. I've got a huge.
Because we see the PowerPoint presentation.
We also see the user interface from PowerPoint. So maybe you should switch to presenting mode if it's possible.
Yeah.
Hang on. You need to guide me in this.
Yeah. At the moment, you looks better. Now click on slideshow on the top menu or this button exactly. Yeah. Now let's see what's happening.
Is that okay?
Nothing changed from our side.
If you go on to slideshow at the top panel. So if you go on to slideshow on your
exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
From beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. So all right.
Okay, and this is is that better?
It's still loading. Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Yeah.
No. It's now you need to switch the screens. At the moment we are seeing the presenter view, and we need to see the audition view.
It doesn't matter too much, though, does it?
Yeah.
Or if you want me to share the screen, I can do that as well. Do you want me to share your PowerPoint presentation, or is that?
So do you not see the full screen like I see it?
No.
So if you exit that, if you get rid of your PowerPoint presentation, and then you click, so if you click on that X. Now if you go into slideshow, or you want to share your screen, so you go into share screen, and then click on your presentation as the one you want to share. And then once you've done that, in PowerPoint.
Yeah. Is that any better?
So are you on Zoom? If you go to share screens, we can't see your screen at all now. So if you go back onto Zoom and find the share screen icon, the green button at the bottom.
Yeah. No, there's just too many things for me to handle. Okay, am I sharing the screen?
Yeah, so now in PowerPoint itself, if you go to slideshow at the top, there's you've got home, insert, design, all of that stuff, and then slideshow, go from beginning. Yeah, that should work.
Okay, I've got a full screen here.
Okay, not for us. Let's just go with that because I'm not entirely sure how to fix that, but that looks fine to me. So welcome back, everyone. We're about to start our afternoon session of the workshop. And we're going to be shifting from our focus this morning on systemic resilience, where we had a look at the political and economic context of resilience and giving a kind of general perspective on the topic. We're now going to be looking at two case studies, two architecture projects that relate to building resilience into communities. So how can communities become resilient? The first of these will be Jatin's project, the Sharanam Centre for Rural Development, which you see here on the screen. We've chosen to bring these two small-scale projects together because later on we'll be having an example, a case study of a larger community project. So we want to showcase the differences and also similarities between the two and show that resilience really is relevant to any type of community, no matter its size or location. So I'll just introduce Jatin, who will be telling us about Sharanam. Jatin is an architect. He's based in Manchester and Pondicherry in southern India. He studied at Cambridge, Harvard, MIT, and the Architectural Association. Jatin is committed to creating beautiful and inspiring buildings with local communities, often in challenging international contexts and with limited resources. His work is guided by a belief that good, thoughtful design and ethical construction practices can be affordable, transformative, and a force for social and environmental change. He set up his practice in the aftermath of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, working from the ground up with a hands-on, holistic approach, integrating bespoke architecture, environmental design, and the delivery of buildings in a socially empowering manner. So I know we're all really looking forward to learning a bit more about the role architects have to play in building up these layers of resilience and dignity into communities. So I'll hand over to you, Jatin, and thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Flora. Thank you, Ulrich. And hello, everyone. I do apologize for my lack of technological resilience. I hope you can see the screen. I hope you can hear me. I've got quite a lot to go through, so I'm just going to jump right in. So I'm going to be presenting a long-term community project, which I designed and built in South India. It's called the Sharanam Centre for Rural Development, and it's for the local non-profit Sarvam. They wanted a building, but my aim was to start building further resilience into local communities through architecture in a very vulnerable and marginal context. So that really is how design, construction, and practice, in other words, the role of the architect, responded to forces, pressures, and threats on the ground to improve conditions and to deliver a stimulating community building in the process. So just quick geography where we are. We're in just outside the coastal city of Pondicherry in South India. This used to be old French India, but culturally it's very much part of Tamil Nadu. And a quick glimpse, this region can really only be described as a sensory blast. It's lush tropical landscapes, classical temple cities, which are more vibrant today as ever, and possibly the most colorful, comical, and make-believe politics in the country, which is all powered by Photoshop. Now, our client, Sarvam, they were uplifting poor rural communities, and they transformed 2 entire villages, that's about 7,000 people, through health, education, and poverty alleviation programs. It was very pioneering and very, very successful. And in 2007, they commissioned me to design a new center that would help them expand their reach from 2 villages to 30, 40 villages. So we began with a hut, a thatch hut. And this is what we created, a purpose-built 5-acre campus called Sharanam, from where our client can host more village communities and maximize their impact. The campus comprises a large multipurpose hall, lots of meeting spaces, lots of office buildings, community facilities with lots of sustainable infrastructure. It's a 5-acre campus and there's a lot of stuff there. It's built entirely from the earth of the site, using basic tools entirely by local people. Deliberately, there was no contractor. We built this ourselves. It's low carbon in terms of embodied carbon, CO2 emissions, and it uses very minimal cement and steel despite its scale. The design is contemporary, but is very much rooted in the soil of the land, Tamil culture, and local responses to the hot and humid climate. I actually love the clever simplicity of Tamil architecture. If you strip back all the ornamentation, it's basically a large roof and a raised floor, whether it's classical temples, poor village houses, or traditional mansions. And this very much informed the initial design concept. But this project is more than designing a sustainable, culturally appropriate building. In order to create the right building, there was a need to understand the local communities and the conditions and the threats that they faced. At the same time, designing the right process was equally important. So let's just go to the ground. What are these conditions? Of course, there's the climate emergency, and this place is on the front line. A local poet described the traditional seasons here as hot, hotter, and hottest. So climate stress is nothing new. But now temperatures are unbearably high, and monsoon rains cause widespread flooding. There's also an acute water crisis. So this place will become unlivable unless things change. Increasingly frequent and violent natural disasters, cyclones, tsunamis, earth tremors. Indeed, this project and our client, their roots are actually in the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, which killed thousands in this region. We have no idea how many thousands, but it was a devastating disaster. Local communities, if we go onto the ground, if we look at local people, they were not just impoverished, but they were marginal, chronically underdeveloped. And experts considered them bottom of the scale in every development metric you can think of. The places just look completely smashed up. The highest level of alcohol addiction in the country. This is not having a drink on a Friday night or weekend. This is really severe alcoholism. And men of all ages would be inebriated, totally passed out. There was a total inertia, a total absence of any energy, any aspiration. It's what Sarvam called a deep and heavy inertia. Violence, domestic abuse, broken families were endemic. Now, I'm just touching on the social and economic conditions of effectively the people who will use this building. These are our users. There were no jobs other than bits of mindless labor for a week or two. Very few people had employable skills or any experience. For example, until recently, every pitched roof in this part of India was in half-round clay tiles, which climatically and aesthetically are perfect. But we found only one man who last made them 8 years previously. So generational skills were not just declining, they were lost. And we know why. This is happening everywhere. And this is a modern building, believe it or not, and it's finished in use. And so this leads to another question. What about materiality and the process of building? So like many parts of the world, it's very difficult to build a well thought through quality building over in a place like India, even in the big cities. Because it's all standardized concrete frames, all construction sites tend to look the same, whether it's a college like what you have on the screen, a hotel, a block of flats, only the scale and the finishes seem to differ. This is poor quality, low skill, high carbon construction, and it's heavily dependent on cement. and plenty of it. India is the second biggest cement maker and the second highest emitter of CO2 after China, and this will just increase. So clearly there is a need for low carbon construction and decarbonisation, as there is everywhere. There's also an openly visible human cost. Practically all of this construction is dependent on the exploitation of cheap migrant labour. So in South India, it's all North Indian workers and vice versa. So workers cannot run away home, as every contractor and developer will openly tell you, and they are expected to live in squalor on the construction site, working all hours of the day. There is an open exploitation of land, resources, people, women, children, the elderly, bonded labor, even slavery across the supply chain. This is quite a touchy subject, but I'm going to raise it anyway. And this brings us back to our project. This is a composite image of the landscape right across the road from our site, where fertile village farmland has been seized and destroyed by hundreds of acres of illegal quarrying. And to make things worse, the city authorities dump and burn municipal waste here. This is about 600 to 700 acres of village land. Ecologically, this is beyond dead. This is apocalyptic. And all of this had spread to our site. So that's our context for a building. My question is, in this context, what does resilience mean? We've got multiple emergencies. We've got climate emergency, environmental, social, and economic. Why not add a construction emergency? You see how conventional practices make things worse. And these are not just third world conditions. These are local manifestations of global challenges. There is an equivalence in every country. So one of the things that I'd like to discuss later on is, what does, in a context like this, what does resilience need to mean to be meaningful for local communities? Here, it's more than climate change. It's got to be people oriented, and it has to extend to the way buildings are made. There really is no point designing a zero carbon building if it involves exploitation somewhere else. The process of making a building has also got to be designed. It's got to be designed to build local resilience. So Sharanam had to be more than a building. Local people had to be given a voice, and these forces and these threats had to be addressed through the making of our building. And that, I do feel, is, as architects, that is our responsibility. Another question. How does this local definition of resilience define the role of the architect? Now, over here, a much broader hands-on role was needed, making the building as well as designing it. It basically had to be created out of nothing by doing all of these different roles you see on the screen. There's no project team. This is the role of the architect. So in this context, how can we promote resilience through design? So the first move was to heal and revive the damaged landscape, transform this wasteland, bring it back to life. And over 1,600 trees were planted, and a traditional drip irrigation system was revived with local people. And this immediately starts the restoration of biodiversity. But today the site is not dead, it's alive. And there's a long, from the road, there's a long meandering path through new plantation groves and gardens leading to the building entrance, which are designed around these revived palmyra trees, new planting, new gardens, and these new ponds, which also help drain floodwater. There's a large community amphitheatre cut into the natural slope of the site. And I do feel reviving a landscape is an integral experience of creating a community space. Then designing resilience through a respect for local culture and sensitivities, even if we as architects don't necessarily agree with what inputs we're given. So during the design, community inputs were encouraged in very targeted ways. For example, to us, this cement sheet roof is highly inappropriate, but consider the owner's perspective. Consider the perspective from the community. This simple example conveys a deep aspiration from the traditional to something more contemporary. And in this situation, designing a heritage building could potentially have been disastrous. So a contemporary building, but still rooted in Tamil culture. So the main building comprises an open superstructure with small closed earthbound structures arranged underneath, creating lots of flexible spaces. This language, this massing, this is the same you find, this is the language of traditional Tamil temples. The primary materials are earth and local black granite, and these slabs of stone step down towards the main hall, again, very much like a Tamil temple. And the change in materials and levels creates a threshold between inner and outer, clean and unclean spaces right across the building. It's actually where people remove their footwear. It's the start of the interior. It defines the interior of the building. Now, one of the essential design thoughts was, what deeper qualities does this building need to convey? And I kept coming back to this word, dignity, which is so important when we're dealing with vulnerable communities. There was a need for scale, power, even to create a tangible sense of a tangible feeling and a kind of an atmosphere, but also a sense of openness, lightness, inclusiveness, shelter and refuge, which incidentally is what Sharana means. It means shelter and refuge. So the main hall is a very simple multi-use space. It's scaled and detailed for conversations, community meetings, workshops, and performances. And it's defined by a massive granite thinai, which is a raised platform from traditional Tamil homes, again, creating a sense of cultural familiarity and comfort. And again, the open pillars evoke the traditional Tamil temple, but they also funnel in coastal breezes. Creating thermal comfort is an important aspect of designing resilience. As is creating a sense of well-being and tranquility. Don't design something cheap and functional, but create something really special for the most impoverished. So the building is integrated with nature. The natural light is very soft, there's no glare. Natural acoustics that carry the sound of flowing water through the structure, and the spaces just step down and merge into the landscape. So totally open to nature. And it's deliberately a very playful building with lots of imaginative spaces, which are revealed as you move through it or you peek around the corner. And to create a balance, there are a lot of smaller verandas, courtyards, and offices for privacy. Privacy, again, a luxury in Indian villages. These smaller buildings are very cool, they're very transparent on the inside, but externally they appear solid, and the blank walls really come to life with shadows throughout the day. Now, very often as architects, you have to critique cultural practices, and it's very touchy, very sensitive, but it's necessary to promote resilience and improve conditions. So for example, we had co-design sessions for the kitchen and toilets, which are traditionally treated as dark, dingy, dirty back of house areas. You do not design kitchens and toilets. But here they were, and they were designed through the cycle of respect as spacious buildings flooded with natural light and fresh air, with the same quality of detailing and very good plumbing. And to this day, both are treated respectfully and remain spotlessly clean. So the buildings are quite simple, the spaces are not prescriptive in any way, and I've always thought of community buildings as a framework of flexible, multi-use spaces of different scales. It just makes the design more resilient, it's suitable for changing needs. And Sharanam really is conceived as a setting in the landscape. It really looks like it's always been there, a kind of a background which comes to life when people with colorful clothing move through it. Now, that's design. Even better than involving local people in design is involving them in constructing their buildings. And in response to the lost livelihoods, the poverty, the unemployment, the lack of skills, the whole of Sharanam, from top to bottom, from beginning to end, was built by employing and training local people on the job. There's no contractors. The aim was to really create an ethical and socially empowering construction site. And what this allowed was it allowed us to use the construction funds, not to use it for profit. Nothing was lost through corruption, but to invest that funding to make the building, but also invest it into local people, promoting long-term livelihoods and resilience through new skills, teaching them new skills. So we had a number of rules to encourage local people to participate in this construction. No experience necessary. Working hours were 9 to 5, after which everybody goes home. Nobody lives on the building site. No volunteering, but full pay. This was not a photo opportunity. And the golden rule was anyone entering the construction site gates had to learn at least one new skill. So we have local people and also the most local of materials. The buildings are all built from the red soil of our own site, not someone else's land. We have not made a hole in somebody else's land. And in the process, we got a rainwater reservoir for irrigation. So two things in one. I mean, sometimes the answer is right in front of you, to make a building from your own soil. And using that soil, we manufactured over 200,000 compressed earth blocks of different sizes using only 5% cement, really precise bricks. And over 40 unemployed young men and women were guided step by step in the whole sequence of work. It's labor intensive, guarantees employment and income, and the work was done with great care and precision. And afterwards, after the project, a group of these guys set up their own manufacturing plant. Now, compared to normal bricks, these are more precise, they're stronger, cheaper, and they're non-polluting because they're not fired, but they gain strength by being wet cured under the hot sun. So there's no trashing of the environment, and local people earned a proper living by learning a new clean skill together. And all the building fabric you see in this section is made from earth, apart from some sort of main principal beams, which are in reinforced concrete. And apart from the rainwater pipes, everything is made by hand on the construction site by local people. So rammed earth foundations, where possible, it's such a sustainable alternative to concrete. Over half the workers had no skills, limited literacy. They couldn't even write their names, half of them. So Ilango here was initially employed as the site security guard. And he learned block making, rammed earth, simple masonry. He did all the planting and irrigation. And he can also fabricate a reinforcement cage by hand on a simple jig, as they do in this part of the world. Precision engineering with basic tools, such as using a simple water pipe to create a 3mm camber in the steel ties. So when the vault is built and it pushes out on the springer beams, the tie rods straighten in tension to counter the lateral thrust. No engineers, just hands-on architecture, local people, and a water pipe. And this is Manikandan, who from scratch very quickly became multi-skilled in every trade you can imagine. And he became my right-hand man on site. And today he is in charge of the maintenance team at the Sharanam campus, and he explains the building to visitors. Now, there are lots of local masons, but there's an argument that infilling concrete frames by eyeball has de-skilled an entire generation. They just about knew how to use a trowel. That was about it. But through close supervision, demonstrations, and simple coded drawings, they learnt the science of masonry, proper masonry. All these dimensions are spot on. Better than in the UK. Reviving traditional plastering and experimenting with waste materials and soil to create new types of finishes. Now, an important incentive in learning new skills was the payment system. So yes, as an architect, I did pay the workers as well. And the unique thing was, workers set their own rates of pay. There was nothing outlandish, it was just normal commercial rates. I do not recall ever needing to negotiate a single wage or a contract sum. So every Saturday, distributing wages was actually a very joyous end to the week, a very positive ritual. The workers would clean their tools, change clothes, and each individual signed their name on the same chart and received their full pay in hand. There was no middlemen, no deductions, no brokers, no bosses skimming off percentages. As the workers themselves said, no cheating. It was totally transparent and everyone saw what everybody else was earning. And actually, many workers learned to write their names for the first time on this chart, this spreadsheet. Now, in the context I described, receiving your due wage was visibly empowering. It created a sense of self-confidence. Many workers started photographing their week's work on their phones. And as an architect, I have no hesitation in saying that that simple spreadsheet was the most important piece of design on this project, that spreadsheet, because it built up trust between the workers and myself as the architect. And building up trust is so critical when you work directly with communities. So it's a very different site culture to what we normally find on a construction site. Now, the thing is, with trust, you can take certain risks. You can be innovative, you can push boundaries, you can experiment. For example, building large vaults with no formwork. In other words, these vaults are self-supporting. They're pretty big. They span 9.5 meters, and they're only 9 centimeters thick at the center. And the profile is optimized to build the strongest possible structure with the least amount of material. This increases resource efficiency. It's another level of sustainable design. Again, it's local semi-skilled masons who only knew how to use a trowel, trained in precision engineering on the job and getting paid for it. This has to be millimeter perfect, and otherwise the technique fails, and it uses nothing more complicated than 2 forms and string. This was done as a 4-month contract, but they finished it in 8 weeks and got a very, very healthy bonus for their efforts. Now, my general approach to working directly with local people is I know something, they know something. It works both ways. And particularly with the 6 or 7 workers who had a real latent skill, and it becomes very collaborative. I get a real schooling in design and detailing, and their quality and workmanship is taken to another level. So for example, Mustafa, the young stonemason, he was laying stone flooring in apartments in his sleep, but he'd learnt 3-dimensional stone installation on a huge scale. And he used to photograph his work at the end of every day. There's no grout, it's what we call paper joints. It's just perfect. Palani had an experience of precasting, and these thin cement channels formed an alternative roofing system. And we trained lots of masons in precasting, making perfectly fitting components for rapid assembly. Ilango, the carpenter, experienced in making beds and cabinets primarily as wedding gifts. And he'd never attempted work on this scale, but he was guided step by step for every door and window. There's no warping, everything slides open so smoothly. It's really beautifully done. In fact, all the finishes to this building, something which is really quite difficult to do in India, to create a nicely finished building, all the finishes, all the workmanship was outstanding. It was immaculate. And there's lots and lots of other examples. And it's a zero waste site. The large sanitation building was built from leftover materials, and even the pebbles sieved out of the earth at the very beginning were laid as a flooring finish at the end. So no waste. That's one of many daily hazards on the Sharanam site. Now, before I kind of wrap up and evaluate the impact of this building, I do want to say this project did face lots of ridiculous delays and challenges. Some were entirely expected given turbulent weather and local politics, but there was one really sort of unexpected observation, and that was the stark contrast between the capabilities, work ethic, knowledge, and progress of local workers and the total opposite of most local professionals. The whole project was completely beyond most of them, but they somehow sort of clung on, they just hung on. So these are the design, construction, and practice strategies promoting local resilience. What's the impact? Well, I'll just give you a few examples of this. This building, using the community, did take longer. It's experimental and there was no project team, but look at the cost. Sharanam was half the cost of prime real estate construction in Pondicherry. Half the cost of that concrete building. So it disproves the usual excuse for poor buildings, which is that good design costs money. And I think one day all the social, economic, and environmental value will also be monetized. A total of over 300 local people were directly employed, and almost all were upskilled. And 50% of the construction funds were directly invested into communities through wages. And this investment set them up with new skills to improve long-term livelihoods. And since the project, their trajectories have changed in so many ways. Previously unskilled workers are working as masons, as employable tradesmen. Many have gone to college. Masons have now become proper masons, even contractors. And the skilled workers are taking lucrative professional contracts in the big cities. But this is more important. Many of them now have the confidence to design and build small, sustainable community projects themselves, using Sharanam as a reference. So there's a whole series of community radio stations. In the top left, a biological waste treatment plant for a nearby campus being built by a whole team of masons. And remember Manikandan at the bottom left? Well, he's designed and built his own two-tiered rainwater sump and filtration unit. All of this increasing community resilience organically, but now from within. 14 workers now form the entire maintenance and management team at Sharanam. They run this campus today. This includes a lot of the key main workers, including the head masons. Having built this place, they have developed a deep bond, a sense of ownership, pride, and belonging. What's more, they have the technical knowledge. So it's a really sustainable way of handing over a project, but it also keeps the values and ethos of the project alive. The use of the building. Well, this is the client's responsibility now. As architects, we do have to let go. The original objective to expand Sarvam's scope and reach, well, from this new facility, they've expanded their reach from 2 villages to over 40. So they've gone from 7,000 people to 150,000 people. And this change, the data that's been collected on the ground shows visible improvements in health, education, and the empowerment of women, really making communities stronger. But that change is slow, it's incremental, it's really generational. But it does have to be said, without proper dedicated usage, this building will not necessarily make any sort of difference in terms of resilience. And good architecture can generate financial resilience for clients. This entire building, its process, its narrative, has raised the client's profile enormously, and it's been very transformative, with lots of international recognition and new long-term funding, which has increased their activities and even expanded their campus in their own way. Another not entirely unexpected impact, but very important in a place like India. The quality of the building, its design as a framework, has broadened the use. It's not just village communities, but teacher training colleges, special needs schools, colleges, government agencies, even corporate companies come to this place and have programs there. They share the space. It's even become an appropriate venue for mindfulness and well-being workshops run by corporate firms. So what was a dead wasteland is now alive. And these varied uses do help reduce spatial inequalities, which is quite rare in the segregation and hierarchies of a place like India. So all of this suggests the building has transcended expectations. But it is important to say that all those conditions I mentioned at the start, they still exist, but they have been addressed through architecture. And I feel that if we've made even a 1% difference, it's been worthwhile. And it is now really down to the way the building is used to build on what an architectural project has set up. I just want to end with a brief point about something which is very close to me. What about the resilience of the architectural profession? And working directly with communities on issues on the ground, such as here, can actually make our own profession more resilient, more relevant as we move forward. And the reason I offer this very optimistic outlook is midway through the project, I was joined for several months by 9 graduate architects who immersed themselves in this way of hands-on working with the community, the issues, the design, the construction, the practice, learning new skills together. And it was completely seamless for them. And younger architects have an incredible appetite for wanting to take on these issues. Working from the ground up is just one way. And this is incredibly hopeful and promising for the future role of architects, but also for communities and environments left behind by conventional practice. So all over the world, projects like Sharanam show the far wider potential of the architect's role and the role of architecture. It is possible to take on local issues and improve communities through the making of a building. It really can be done, and architecture can take the lead. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you for putting up with a slightly messed up visual presentation, but I think I'll hand back to Flora and Ulrich in Venice.
Many thanks, Chetin. This was a very, very good example of a concrete project, how it can really function. Due to time, we want to present Sam Olsen's project in comparison with the Sharanam project. And after that, we will go into the discussion of both these projects. But this of Chetin is really remarkable, and now let's see at Sam Olsen and make our discussion afterwards.
Yeah, look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chetin. I completely echo that. I think it was brilliant, and there's so much positivity in there that we can discuss. So I'll just introduce our next speaker, Sam Olsen, who I believe is online. So Sam is an architect. He's a principal in Atkin Olsen Shade Architects in Philadelphia. a firm that specializes in a wide variety of institutional projects, including university, museum, school, hospitality, and religious commissions. He received a BA and Masters of Architecture degrees from the University of Pennsylvania, and he has since served as an architectural critic of multiple architecture schools. He currently serves on the board of Mural Arts Philadelphia, which is a local arts and community organization. And today he'll be telling us about his own case study, a project in New Mexico. So thank you, Sam. I'll hand over to you.
Great. Everyone can see my screen?
Yeah,
Great.
We can hear you. Thanks.
Great. Jatine, I think that was wonderful. You really set a fine example of wonderful resilient architecture, and probably part of our discussion should be the influence of Balkrishna Doshi. I studied in India, and I can definitely see his influence there, and I really applaud the wonderful efforts that you made in setting the kind of groundwork for local people being given a voice and dignity. So I want to really kind of pick up on those themes that Jatine mentioned and talk about this case study for a project in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Those of you who are not as familiar, New Mexico is part of the United States. It's north of the country of Mexico. We had a wonderful opportunity to work on a great project here. And so some of the things that I want to focus on, we have an office of 20 people in Philadelphia, 6 people in New Mexico. We do a lot of work in that area with local peoples, colleges and universities, et cetera. But I think our common themes are what is the essence of community, really thinking about this, and the notion about how affordability and climate-centered sustainability can be leveraged in creating resilient communities, again, the way Jatine was just talking about. And of course, because a lot of these projects are relatively new, we're really talking about innovative ways of thinking about housing and the ways thinking about innovative technologies. We still haven't quite figured out how to evaluate the project success, all these projects. So I think that'll be something we can talk about as a group. And then the ideas of community buildings, promoting cultural, social, and economic resilience is really all these themes in the local context. And the notion about local people being given a voice. This is a charrette where various people of various ages, even young people, were given little blocks so that the notion of thinking about how do you build a community could be thought about on a micro level and a three-dimensional level. So the project itself was to build 80,000 square feet of affordable housing on 5 acres of land, 65 rental units. This upper square here is the state of New Mexico in the United States. The country of Mexico is right below here. This is New Mexico blown up. In this particular area, Santa Fe. This is the downtown area, which is relatively wealthy, and we're in the southwest, which is the Sally Yard site.
Sorry, Sam, just to interrupt, sorry. We can't see your PowerPoint. We can see your desktop that shows, I don't think you've quite clicked it open. The Venice, it says Venice 2021, but we can't see the presentation.
You can't see the presentation?
No. You've shared your desktop, I think, maybe instead of the PowerPoint.
It says you were screen sharing. Hang on a second. Let's try again. How about now? Yes?
Brilliant. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Then let me go back a slide then. Well, let me. If we're on this one, this shows the downtown Santa Fe area, and the demographic here shows that the average age is 33 in the area we're looking at. A vast percentage of the demographic is Latino, and the average median home value is only $162,000, which is not much money for the United States. You can see the downtown area is much wealthier in this area. So we're really dealing with a young, predominantly Latino and predominantly less economically fortunate community. So the essence of community is really what we wanted to kind of focus on. Many people think that there's really tricultures in Santa Fe, which is the indigenous, meaning the Native American, the Anglo, meaning white, English, Spanish immigrants, and the Latino community. But it is because the United States is really a destination for integration and immigration. There's a real hybridization of both Black and Asian, multiple different tribal communities. There's 400 different tribal communities. So the essence of the community is really downtown plaza. Many people can no longer afford to live in the downtown area. They've been marginalized and moved to the outside. Gentrification, this is a destination for people with second homes in the Santa Fe area, so that many people in the Hispano community, which is Latino, Hispanic, and Native American, have been forced to the margins. And then the creative arts community, which is really the maker spaces. This is a project about making not just artwork, but baking, car manufacturing, fabrication, and how these people who are interested in fabrication can really create a home for themselves. It's the geographic center of the city. It was an old manufacturing and wastewater treatment plant, as I mentioned, and it's a notion, how do you reclaim the space to make it something special? So the upper left and the lower left shows what most people think about what Santa Fe is like. And I think what we talk about this is kind of cultural appropriation. This is the classic adobe where mud is put over top of bricks, much the way Jatin talked about it in India. And so much so has this culture been appropriated that Santa Fe, New Mexico, has standards that all new construction generally in most neighborhoods need to be done in this adobe style. And as a result, you have this homogenization of architecture where everything is this brown or off-tan look, and it's really mimicking this building, the Governor's Palace on the lower left, which is 400 years old. So our site on the right-hand side is much more about contemporary materials and not cultural appropriation. This was an old warehouse site. There's a lot of use of corrugated metal, ribbed metal, wire mesh, steel trusses, etc. And we were more interested in thinking about resilient communities that aren't trying to do cultural appropriation, but much more about what are the most readily available materials that are made out of recycled materials that are cost effective, and think about how do you create a neighborhood like that. So as Jatina talked about, none of these things happen overnight. We're talking about 9 years so far in this project where Creative Santa Fe and Artscape began research on a creative live work community. It wasn't until a not-for-profit, the Interfaith Housing organization, won the commission to take over this site, this 5-acre site. The city of Santa Fe donated the 5 acres, which really helped the project gain some traction. We were awarded the commission to be the architect. There were some federal low-income housing tax credits, which really helped move the project along. And construction began last year, of course, right in the midst of COVID, which added to the dynamics and troubles in order to kind of move the project forward. But I'm going to show you where we are right now, because we are scheduled to actually have some families move in Thanksgiving in the United States, and then later by Christmas time, the project will be fully occupied. So I think, again, local people having to be given a voice, everything really kind of begins with the notion of a charrette, and thinking, as I mentioned, about young people and older people, people that make a flat rate that are considered marginal with regards to economic means, really had a chance to compete to get an opportunity for a house here. So the notion about community collaboration, looking at the site from the beginning, because there was nothing on the site at all, it had been cleared. And then 30 local artists really sat down to help us figure out, how do we manage water? How do we manage solar orientation? How do we manage site access? And then also, again, thinking about what Jatina said, the notion of separating privacy from community. What is your space? What is shared space? And if you're an artist, how do you make space and get your space to make space? But oftentimes when you're an artist, you really want to think about being stimulated by others around you. This is the site. You can really see how it's a brownfield site in a much more economically distressed warehouse district. And really kind of sitting down again with these kind of building blocks and think about how do you put a building together? How do you stitch together the notion of urban infrastructure and create a site that is meaningful? Santa Fe is not a very walkable city, so there's cars, there's car share, et cetera. And of course, materials need to be delivered. So really kind of thinking about a platform for creative workforce, development of local arts community, when you start thinking about affordable housing, you need to think about modular. And one thing we're blessed with in the United States is wood and wood frame construction. And because wood is both low carbon, it regenerates, and when trees are taken down, new trees are planted. So again, the notion of trying to steer clear of as much concrete as we can and use wood frame construction wherever possible, and create a community that does not feel the pressure of gentrification. This is for a community unto itself where people can feel comfortable that they're not going to be pushed out. And the notion of offsetting carbon-related issues, how do we collect water? So north is directly up, which means ultimately this site seems best to orient north-south so we can maximize solar orientation, create some open spaces here for both passive and active recreation. Looking at this as a phase 2 as community building, whereas these are all private spaces. This is a site analysis that we did, kind of looking at how does water flow across the strait, how do we collect it. There are amazing views here of the Sandia Mountains, the Imes Mountains, et cetera. The easements that this allows us to think about a community building in the future. I mentioned the solar orientation. The sun sets in the east, rises in the east and sets in the west. We can maximize solar orientation this way. Thinking about minimizing car impact and maximizing the pedestrian impact was very important here. Minimizing the sizes of the buildings so we have pedestrian thoroughfares between each of the spaces. Optimizing spaces for recreation for both young people, the playground here and basketball as well. And then the artistic community, it's not just that you are insular and working within your space to create artwork, but to create artwork that can be seen by the public, both at the micro scale, you and your community, and by passersby that drive down the major streets to help promote and give the building presence and an iconic vision. And then the opportunity for selling your wares, jewelry, ceramics, et cetera, on market days through the building forms here. So it's really thinking collectively and collaboratively with all the 30 different people who participate in this, how to make this the strongest community that it could be. The way to do that really is kind of doing a modular aspect. This shows kind of bed, hall, bath, and then the kind of live, work studio and the kitchen with a door. And then if you take this module that divides into kind of dwelling, community, and production, and then you create a series of interlocking forms, you really get these kind of buildings that foster interaction and create privacy at the same time with stairways on either end. So this is some of the diagrams that we did both as our own internal studies and also to share with the communities. We developed the drawings. Much as Jatine talked about, New Mexico can be extremely hot. It can also be cold in the winter times, but during the hot months, creating a brise soleil, a kind of pergola across here that creates shade, and then solar panels facing here on the south face take advantage of the solar orientation, and the double height and single height spaces create some variety. This shows that the proposed artwork on the ends of every one of the units. So this is the kind of final rendering that we showed to the various funding sources, showed it to the client, showed it to the community. This is the phase 2, the community building here. You can see the effort taken to both add plantings, create the basketball, the playground spaces, that even though it's a modular approach where the buildings are repeated, each one has its own unique character with the artwork, with the solar, with the porch in the front, and then the surrounding spaces around it. This is, again, some of the final renderings that shows how the buildings are going to be painted color, the solar shelves here to both create light shelves to bring light inside and create some protection for the south-facing windows. introduction of many more trees here. Again, it was a sewage treatment facility. This is a complete transformation of the site. And this is that thoroughfare down here on the bottom where it can be set up in on market days for the artists to sell their wares and exchange ideas. These are some photos that were taken in July. These ones on the left, again, using wood frame construction, the deep porches. Later, the weather barriers have been added to the buildings. Unlike Jettine's, this was not built by the community, but the community was really involved in the design. This is a local construction company that employed local and indigenous people, but not people who actually lived in the buildings. These were taken in earlier this month in October that show the building forms, the shelves, the windows that have gone in, and then the beginnings of these kind of public spaces in between. So we're getting close to finishing the construction. Really shows how the forms are really coming together. And so now we're getting to the point, I think this is really the kind of last slide about what, what the artists have been up to. They've been thinking and been hoping this project was going to come to pass for some time. Many of them are involved in both abstract art and some are in more literal and especially into narrative art that will allow them to start thinking about using materials and working on a major scale, on a mural scale. Here you can see corn, Native Americans, the kind of tribal dress, etc., that are influencing some of the ideas here about what these murals are going to inform to decorate the outsides of the buildings. So this is really kind of the last slide, and I'll kind of turn it back over to Flora and Ulrich to think about. These are the kind of questions that both Jettine and our firm have kind of generated, thinking about shared values, the essence of community, affordable housing, what kinds of materials do you choose, how do you get people who live there and who are vested in the communities to think about making it something they can feel proud of. I think, again, the notion of dignity, not forcing people to live in a community that they don't want to, but making sure they have a voice in it from the beginning so they really feel proud of it and can continue to make it evolve for them. And then I think we all want to talk about this kind of benchmarks of success. What are these facilities going to look like in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? And have we taught people new skills to allow them to duplicate these ideas as they move forward, and promoting the cultural and social and economic resilience here? Because I think this is really not just about climate resilience, but about cultural and social resilience, to make sure that we're creating something that doesn't use more resources than we have and can be something that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. And I propose that we can leave your questions on the screen, that we have present the questions, the Jettines and your ones.
Yeah, maybe Flora, do you want to put those back up or something? Or I can...
Yeah, yes, please, if you could, that would be brilliant. Thank you.
You see them now?
No.
I think you might have shared the desktop tab or window.
You should have it now.
No, we can still see the desktop. I'm wondering if in the screen share options, is there the PowerPoint specific tab that you can click to share? If not, that looked like it, then it went. You have to, yes, you have to open PowerPoint first and then do the screen share. So if you open the PowerPoint before you do the screen share, and then.
Yeah,
Okay.
says that you have it.
If not, I can try and do this.
Yeah, I think you need to,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, it doesn't want to do it anymore. Okay.
Well, before, I'll get those up on the screen, but whilst I'm doing that, can I open up to questions from the audience? So if there's anyone who has any immediate questions about either of the projects, please do either unmute yourself and ask, or you can type into the chat. That'd be great. And I'll just get these PowerPoint slides on the screen.
In the meantime, perhaps we can just dive into the discussion. Yeah, here we have it. Very good. When looking at the first two questions of Jatin as well as of Sam, I think the important common point is formulated by Sam. How can shared values define the essence of a community? For me, it was very, very convincing in this respect, the approach of Jatin to involve the local community from the very beginning. And I think also for other projects and discussions about resilience, this shared value point is essential. Also to make a linkage to the presentations we had in the morning, to the point of Alessandro Scarfi about how to generate a community, a real community of human beings at all. And I think here shared value is essential. And as Jatin has shown, they can be really built up, they can be generated through a certain directed activity in involving people. What do you think about this shared value aspect?
Is that, should we talk about that together, really? I think, Jatin, really, the notion of many people coming together to have, knowing that they can change their community and really kind of make a difference. I think that is something that I think both of these projects really kind of address in many ways. These are people that really wanted to be there and really cared passionately about what they were doing.
Yes, I think that the collective act of learning and building together, and especially building your own space or a space that has been that will be created for you, for your community, that is so rewarding and transformative, just to be involved. I mean, when you have communities who are from a lower socioeconomic background, in Sam's case, who are totally marginalized, downtrodden for generations, as in what I had to deal with, just to involve people, that's respect. You know, that's the basis of even thinking of shared values, respecting local people, and I think that is such an ethical and such a virtuous thing just to try and do through architecture. And the economics of building, particularly commercial building, don't allow you a space to do that. I think a lot of architects would love to do this. And particularly to build affordable housing in the United States, what Sam is doing, that's no joke, absolutely no joke. So I take my hat off to you. I think it's wonderful, but it begins with respecting local people.
One of the projects that we didn't show is Winye, which is a tribal community expansion that we did for Native Americans not far from Santa Fe. And in that case, we actually, people there had been living in trailer homes and modular homes, and the whole notion of cultural passing down traditional building traditions had been completely lost by the young people. And by introducing the notion of creating homes from baked clay, very much again in India. And then every year is an annual cultural tradition to put a new smooth coat of mud on the outside. It's both in essence of building and it's in essence of making a structure. And so we kind of got involved in that, and it's really been a wonderful way to move away from the modular or prefabricated traditions and get into something that's much more about the local culture, which we love seeing that kind of thing, because again, I mentioned there's 400 different tribal communities in the United States, and everyone has their own culture, and they should not be marginalized and put in manufactured housing, which really doesn't make sense from resilient economic, ecological sense whatsoever.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, you mentioned that the local skills and traditions had been lost. Is there a particular reason why they've been lost? Is it just like in India, people want concrete, an aspiration for modernity, or is it?
No, I think it's a much sadder reason than that, which is, I think, beginning in the 1870s and 1880s, when the Anglos moved further and further west and took over more land and made treaties in quotation marks with the Native Americans. Native Americans were really forced to lose their culture. They lost their language. They lost their hair, their dress, and they were forced to go to American schools in many ways to be forced to become Americanized. And as a result, all those kinds of traditions and cultures have really been lost in many ways. There's a lot, again, like you showed, with issues of alcoholism, joblessness, etc. And it's really much more recently that there's been an understanding, appreciation of those cultures, and an effort to allow those cultures to really speak for themselves and be something kind of special.
Yes, I think that's a really good point where you raise about culture speaking for themselves, and how it's possible to do that through architecture, through building, through design. I was particularly struck by how you involve the community at the very start in design, or not the start, but in design, an early stage of design. Is that something you could tell us more about? Because I did find that very, very difficult on my project, because when you ask people,
we got to run through and clean anything up before the ownership group shows up. Mm-hmm. Whomever they are. And make sure.
Okay, sorry. Is that something you could tell us more about? Because it was very difficult to do that in Sharanam, and it had to be very targeted for very specific cultural things. But from the photographs you showed, it seemed like you really had the community round the table, and you were really discussing planning and concepts and massing and pure design.
Well, I think Right. I think the advantage that we had is that we knew we were doing 65 units. We knew generally what size they were going to be. And if you make a little modular block that represents that size and shape, it allows people to move the different pieces around almost like little puzzle pieces and put them in a way of either stacking them or aligning them and thinking about solar orientation, et cetera. And really, then you can evaluate the pros and cons of those 65 blocks. What do you achieve in certain ways? What do you lose in other ways? I think when you do a project like yours, which was a larger community building, and I love the integration of waterways and natural light between them. Yours is in many ways a more sophisticated project that really required you to kind of take more of a lead on those ideas, and then help, I assume, bring the community along about why what you were doing would make sense from a design point of view. But then I really like what you talk about, learning from each other, which I think is fantastic, because even though some of those people were semi-skilled, they brought some knowledge that you didn't have in how you put a building together, and you really exchanged ideas. And if you don't have that mutual respect, you're really not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, it is collaborative with local people. If you come in as with a top-down approach, you may end up with a good building, but it might not be valued or even the right building for the community. That's an interesting point you mentioned. I often, at the start of my talk, I said building further resilience into communities, because I'm sure you found this as well. A lot of marginal, impoverished, downtrodden communities, they have got resilience. in order to just survive and face all, just survive against all the daily threats and pressures that they have to deal with, whether it's poor governance, appalling environment, bad housing, whatever it is. These guys already have a ton of resilience, but they're just not allowed to thrive. They're not allowed to flourish in any way. And one of the things I found was training local workers in precision building skills. They picked it up so quickly. There was no need for masons to go to college for 6 months or 2 years, as you have to do in the UK. They learned it in 2 days. When we were setting out the building, I thought that was the most difficult thing. I turned up from England with lasers on the site. And of course, in that ridiculous hot sun, you cannot see the lasers. But some of the masons who only knew how to use a trowel, they knew Pythagoras 345, and that we set up precision, absolutely perfect right angles to set out the building. And the amount of things that I learned from them, just practical skills, improved the design and detailing of a building. It just does. How far can you push it? And once you have the workers buying in, the architect is listening, is incorporating our ideas, you've got total 100% buy-in, and you can really start pushing boundaries. So a lot of the detailing on the building would have been several notches lower if that collaboration was not there. The quality of the building would have been much lower. Could have been much more rustic.
One of the things that I like about what you had done was when I studied with Doshi studied with Louis Kahn. Louis Kahn taught at University of Pennsylvania, which is where I went. I see the Kimball Art Museum in what you did, and
one of my favorite buildings.
And mine as well. And I think what I learned when I was there is that how do you take, just as you were saying about the use of laser, how do you take these sophisticated ideas and geometries, bring it to another country and community, and use it in a way and distill it to its essence, and really figure out the notions of shade and shadow that you were talking about as far as creating places to deal with the climate, and use the local materials in order to achieve that as well. And I think that was great to see that. One slide that you had up just for a very short amount of time, probably what we should talk about is, and actually it's not mentioned here at all, is challenges. And I saw you had the word sabotage, you had the issues of kind of caste and communities, et cetera, coming through that. Maybe you can kind of talk about some of the, we can exchange ideas here about the challenges we face in trying to put these projects together.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be very upfront about it. The client, a concrete building would have been fine here. Just a bog standard concrete building. For the client, a building was a building. And a lot of the issues which I've presented, I never shared with the client. So the client is a non-profit organization for whom this building was built. Because one of the things I was really fearful of was bringing up this whole idea of employing local people, whether they would immediately equate that as in an economic way, saying, no, it will be a waste of money, the construction funds will dry up. Concepts of dignity, never raised it ever in any client meetings. I mean, as far as the client was concerned, it was about, you're going to get a good building with a good story. And that was calculated. That was really just getting a feel of all the different social stratas in India I was working with, because I don't know about your projects, but in a place like India, if you're going to build something, even a block of flats, the architect or developer has got to be able to communicate to a politician, police, mafia, all the way down to construction workers on the ground. And you've somehow got to get everybody on side. So you don't tell everyone everything, but I found the greatest level of trust was with the workers. The challenges really were with everything outside the bubble of the workers. There was local consultants were really disappointing. I mean, non-performance. I mean, just nothing, very, very little. The government, the government was responding to environmental problems by basically stopping, putting an embargo on cement and sand, of which we use very little, but Riverbeds were basically being just destroyed overnight by trucks and trucks of lorries taking the sand. So they just stopped it. There was no sand. There was no cement because of incredible air pollution. So cement factories were shut down. So there was problems in the material supply chain. The area was also very violent. Violence is an incredible part of Tamil culture. If you look at Tamil films and billboards, there's swords and blood. It is just horrific. I'm not used to that stuff, you know. But violence in local villages, between local villages. So this is an area where there are 200 villages and each village is its own universe. Sharanam was the only building site where these village guys were actually coming together to work, breaking down these barriers, and there was no problem. But violence between one village and another spread to the construction site and actually brought the project to a standstill for almost a year. And there's very little you can do about it unless you, again, speak to local people. And what happened was basically a worker on the building site, I did show a photograph of him. He had a real desire for perfection. He wanted to make his precasting unit so perfectly, so beautifully spot on. He could not tolerate another mason working in a really slightly shoddy way. And this was the thing. When we talk about training, what level of training, what level of standards do you want to achieve? And a lot of the workers wanted perfection. They saw what was possible, but some didn't care. And unfortunately, that spilled over into violence out of the building site, and it comes back onto the building site. And he was, the mason in question, a hit squad was sent to kill him on the building site.
Wow.
To murder the mason on the building site at a time when everybody knew I was on a plane back to the UK for 2 weeks. Now, what happens when local violence spills onto a building site? It has to go to the client who believes in all these sort of boundaries and social boundaries, and we don't talk to village people, blah, blah, blah. When I came back from England, a mob of workers was gathering at the gates, and I was actually quite nervous about what was going to happen. The construction site has been stopped for a long time. There's been violence, people have lost their jobs. And what happened was they just wanted to talk. And they came to the construction site gates and they said, "We're sorry." That's all they wanted. But in the hierarchies and spatial and social segregation of Indian culture, by not communicating, if you don't communicate with different levels of people, then that conveys power and authority. But look what they missed. They just wanted to say sorry. So a lot of the problems were, when it came to village, the local people were completely easily resolved. You could negotiate them, you could get around it. The problems were really outside that bubble.
Right. So did the people who fabricated and built portions of your building, did they live on site there, or did they live
No,
on site
nobody
construction?
Yeah, nobody lived on site. That was one of the major points. Before starting the project, I did a lot of research on construction practices in India and the way people are made to live on building sites, and the health and safety issues of that. And the exploitation that comes with it was one of the things that I wanted to tackle in the construction. So it was very important we employed only local people and everybody went home at 5 o'clock. So nobody lived on the construction site. And that was very good because it created a sense of creating an ethical building site. For us, it's normal. We are in the UK and the US, we have regulations controlling this. But in India, you create buildings, as you know, it's all hours of the day. So creating an ethical building site was very, very key. And I think that's where a lot of the values and ethos of our project will really put into practice in the actual
making. It's interesting that it's such about a kind of point of pride that people would be willing to resort to violence if they felt that their creation, everything they invested in was being diluted and not being built with professional standards. And so kind of bringing everything up to a mark that everyone felt comfortable with was incredibly important. Yeah, we have different sorts of criteria that make it more challenging. You can see these things take 7-8 years to do that. We also have union versus non-union issues. We have issues of fighting to be first in line to get your unit. You can, all these things are really done with a lottery system. You know, there's 300-400 people trying to get 55 different slots, and it's a tax credit project, which in the States are low income tax credit that has to stay at a low rate for rent for 30 years. And then the developer gets really reimbursed by the federal government. But after 30 years, these units become market rate. And so they get opened back up again. So it's a different methodology of working.
Did you face any pressures? I'm thinking more about the land now, your site. Did you have any sort of competition or pressure from local developers? You know, was there any sort of market pressures you had to face?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think a lot of this has to do with the politics, as you said. I think this certainly could have been sold to a developer, and it could have become market rate housing, et cetera. But I think because this was donated to a not-for-profit community, you curried some votes by the constituents by giving the land away to a not-for-profit developer to do something big. And I have to say, even though it's on a former sewage treatment facility that we've reclaimed, it is adjacent to where all the trash trucks and recycling trucks go. So it's not going to be a super wonderful destination for market rate housing, but it's definitely a great place if you can acoustically screen it away from where a waste hauling facility is. So I think everything kind of finds its place, but by far trying to figure out, and I'm glad as an architect, it sounds like you had a bigger role here. We didn't have to choose the people, but once the people were chosen, we really wanted to work with them to figure out how could they be part of the process and really come up with a design that they could feel proud of.
Was there any scope for local people to design the interior layout of the units to make changes? I mean, is it a flexible layout?
Everyone commented on it. Everyone really knew and helped us define that it was a very fluid space. It wasn't a defined living room, a defined bedroom. It was a workspace that had high ceilings. People do sculpture. People need spaces to vent crafts if they're doing, welding or ceramics or things like that. So all that kind of influenced the design, and we did create three-dimensional drawings for them to see and comment on in an effort to do that. And I think what I really like about this project is the private spaces to make spaces, the community spaces to share ideas, and then the kind of marketplace that threads through it, where you can both sell your wares and even create potential partnerships where a ceramicist and a jewelry maker can kind of work together, et cetera. I think that creates unique communities, and when people move out, other people move in. So it's an ever-changing kind of place to and make it a real destination, which is pretty wonderful.
Well, I think that's the thing. If you obviously, when we design as architects, we have a particular user group in mind, or a focused user group. But when buildings have a life of their own after completion, which we're not able to control, we've got no say in it. And if it's a resilient design, it will adapt, it will attract other user groups, other usage, attract different layers of meaning, which we all have to embrace. And I think that is a sign of success. So if your units are actually, if you have a different mix of people, is that what you foresee, to see a different user groups and a different mix of people in there at some stage?
Right. I think you I don't know exactly the words you chose, but we're architects, will have a role to a point, and then we have to let it go and let the building have a life of its own. But I think it's great for us to come back a year from now, 5 years from now, and see what did we do right, what did we do wrong, what could we do better, and really get feedback from the users to really figure out the next project we do like this, how would we make it evolve, and how would we keep it not so static, but that there's a chance for the occupants to make a real difference and allow it to grow organically.
I'm really hesitant to interrupt your discussions. It's been really interesting listening to you both compare as the projects and you know, ask each other questions. So thank you for sharing some more information about about the details of the challenges you face, and it's been very interesting to listen to that. I'm just aware there are a couple of questions that have come in from the audience. The first being for Jatine, have you had any requests for projects similar to Sharanam? I know we've spoken about it being a model before, but could you maybe expand a bit on that?
Yes, I've had a number of projects, and they are basically what I do. What I get is clients who work who are basically non-profit, community-based schools, or even private clients who own land, and they want to do something with the community. And I have had. We do have live projects in the office. The question is always, it's a marriage between the client's aspirations and the community's and mine. And that sometimes that has to be worked out quite early. There are projects in India to do with an orphanage, a shelter for mental health, which is an equally disturbing local context to work on the ground. There's a sports facility in northeast India, which is in the middle of China, India, Burma, Tibet, so culturally in the middle of everything, where it was a sports facility for a school. But when we looked at the local community, the local area, we found that in a city of 1 million people, there was not a single playing field or even a place to walk for people. So it's become a community sports facility. And there are projects in different parts of the UK and in Ireland where we're looking at opening up private land for the health and well-being of local communities. And that is something which is happening post-COVID. People recognize the value of being outside and not being trapped in their homes. All of these projects involve communities. They're all different. The sites are very challenging, and the aspirations are kind of hard to define and attain. I have to say that everything's at a very early stage, but there have been projects, but they're tough. As Sam was saying, these projects, when you deal with communities, projects are, you're talking long-term projects. We're talking 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose similar question for Sam. Do you think you could take Siley Yard and apply some of the, even if it's just the methodologies, the ways of working, do you think that there'll be kind of space for that to be applied to other community projects in the future? Though I completely appreciate that this is not a quick overnight process. It takes years and years of planning and working with the community, which is such an crucial point, really.
Absolutely. I think this is a great opportunity to continue to think about this. We're not working on a housing project right now in the Philadelphia area, but we're working on a school called Youth Build. It is a school to teach young high school dropouts the building trades, including masonry, metal fabrication, carpentry, etc. And there in this school, it's an adaptive reuse of an empty electric substation, about having the kids actually do the majority of the work fitting out this school. Because as you can imagine, some urban schools, there's issues of vandalism and there's truancy, etc. And I think if you can teach urban youth that have been marginalized and are not getting the opportunities they deserve to learn a trade to make them employable and have their own families, etc., this gives them a chance to actually make a difference and create this sense of pride and dignity that we've been talking about. I really think in the United States especially, there's been a loss of interest in vocational training. Everyone, quote, needs to go to college, and that it doesn't work for everybody, nor should it work for everybody. I think we have devalued plumbing, HVAC, carpentry, masonry, etc. We need to bring those trades back and make them something that's valued and valuable, and make sure those people have a chance to build their own communities so that they can contribute and create a more equitable place.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. And that actually goes very smoothly, transitions very nicely into our next question, which is about local skills being lost. That's something we've talked about today already, but how can we encourage young people to stay in an area, to take up old trades, whether they're, you know, traditional like tile making in Jatine's case, you know, how do we encourage people to get involved in those kind of things? Question for both of you.
There's got to be an incentive. There's got to be an incentive. There's got to be a purpose for learning those skills. So it could be anything from being a trade which is respected and valued by society through salary. I always tell the story of when I was working in London before I did this project in India. The site foreman used to turn up on a £200,000 Ducati motorbike, and I used to take the bus. If you have skills in the construction industry, you will be handsomely rewarded. But you may not be seen, it may still be regarded as a dirty job.
Yeah.
So I think somewhere society has to value the act of making, whatever it is, whether it's masonry or woodwork or being a car mechanic. You need those skills and they have to be valued by society. But like Sam says, going to college seems to be the be all and end all.
Yeah, well, I think the creation of mentors and role models are huge. If people grow up without the understanding of an appreciation of family structure and somebody they can rely on, all the recruiting that we can do is going to be lost. I think having somebody come to your school and try to recruit you into a trade school is really important. But if you don't understand the value of getting up at 6 a.m., showing up to a job site at 7 a.m., it's going to be challenging. I think that's what we're seeing, and I think it's very important to see the success at the end of the rainbow. I mean, I have it with my own kids. Like, it's taken them years to wake up on time and get ready to go. But maybe if you have a Ducati motorcycle at the end of it, that's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow to look forward to.
No, definitely. But I think it all plays into this idea of resilience as well, doesn't it? Really, you know, how can you keep a community resilient? And there has to be some kind of longevity with all these things we've been talking about, things being carried forwards. Michael was saying earlier, going into the future, facing forwards, not backwards, which I think is such a great quote from today's workshop. I
do have another point on that, Flora, if I could just jump in.
Yeah.
It's that this is where materials and the way society thinks of materials becomes key, because in a place like where you have if you have an aspirational society like India, which has become sort of modern overnight and people have become very rich, modernity means concrete. Now, it doesn't mean concrete in the way it's used in the UK or the US in very fine ways, very lean and even sustainable ways. It just means masses of concrete. So you make a modern building that will last for 50 years, and when it rains, you know, it doesn't leak. It's solid, it's not going anywhere. It's an investment, and concrete is seen as a trusted investment as a material. Something like earth is considered old-fashioned. Those roof tiles I showed in the presentation, they are perfect in terms of climate. They're aesthetically beautiful. Local people think of those as backwards. Nobody wants to make them. I mean, just think about it. The whole of South India was covered in those roof tiles, and I found one person after going for 100 miles village to village who could still make them. And that's in 20 years. And traditional materials are just considered, backwards. It's a status thing. And somehow we have to crack that. The materiality we have to crack.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is to do with mindset, isn't it? And educating people and making people more aware, you know, of these things. And that's actually a theme that's been running through today's workshop, you know, changing mindsets, education, keep coming back to those kind of points. Ulrich, I don't know if there's anything before we wrap up, because I'm aware of the time that we're due to have a very short break, and then we'll be continuing with our next topic area with Greg's presentation. So I'll just hand over to Ulrich before we stop for that break. But thank you both from me. It's been really interesting.
This was very interesting also in the context of our workshop that we started in the morning with the general frame with Khalid, that we went on the mindset deepening issue with Alessandro Scarfi as regards our heritage in terms of mindset. And now in contrast and as a complementation that we continued with your two very concrete projects, how to really build up communities, or at least to try it. So this is it's a very good continuation. We will after, and many thanks for this. Last but not least, many thanks for you both for this, because the work also of our working group is living from these concrete projects. And before we continue going into our break, I want to announce the third concrete project. This is, as Flora indicated it, is a large system. So if you consider it in a formal way, you had case studies of two smaller scale systems which were successful. Now we are looking in a planned, we are looking into the future into a very large system, the New Orleans Bayou region, comprising many, many, many different communities and a high degree of complexity as regards a large system. Your approaches were already quite complex in a local concentration, so to say. And now we have the comparison. What happens if we have a plan for a very large system in comparison?
Yeah, lots to look forward to there. So we'll be continuing that discussion just after our 5-minute break. So I hope you can all stay around, and thank you again on behalf of everyone here and everyone on Zoom to Jatine and Sam for your presentations. So see you all in 5 minutes. So I make that 3:20 Venice time. All right, see you shortly then.
Thank you.
So welcome back. Sorry, the break was rather short, but I hope you managed to get a drink at least or something. So yes, as Ulrich just mentioned, we'll now be shifting our attention to focus on a large-scale marine infrastructure project, which is led by our next speaker, Greg DeLorme. So this project is just starting up. Greg will tell us more about that, but this will be an interesting comparison so we can see how to build up resilience for a larger community or system. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and invite Greg to start sharing his, and whilst he's doing so, I will introduce him. So Greg is an internationally recognized consultant, teacher, speaker, and writer specializing in sustainable economic development and public-private partnerships for green cities and smart cities. He is the managing director and co-founder of Deep Blue Institute and CEO and co-founder of the Urban Innovation Exchange and Technology Partnerships Director for the Seasteading Institute. Today, Greg will speak to us about the multi-scale regenerative marine infrastructure projects that Deep Blue Institute is leading in the Bayou region, and will explain how the transition to a blue economy is so critical. We'll also learn about Deep Blue Institute's three-legged approach to building a blue economy and how this will allow for the Bayou region to become a global leader in the deployment and scaling of environmentally regenerative technology. So over to Greg, and thank you for joining us. That's perfect. Actually, we can see your screen just fine.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, wonderful. All right, very wonderful to be here. First of all, yeah, I just want to thank Ideal Spaces and Flora and Ulrich for the tremendous opportunity to be here. Participating in the Biennale. This is a wonderful opportunity to talk a little bit about what we're doing in New Orleans, also reconnecting with some wonderful memories of working in Italy and being in Venice. I actually was at the 1998 Venice Biennale, helping out to set up as a graduate student, set up the exhibits at the Arsenale back then. So wonderful to be back in this capacity and to be able to talk about the work of Deep Blue Institute here in New Orleans and what we're hoping to accomplish, and hopefully relevant to some of the things that the other speakers have been talking about in terms of these different types of interacting systems and here with these large systems. So diving in, what we're working on here is in concept what we call a nouveau-né parish on the Blue Tech Delta, or a reborn parish. And in Louisiana, instead of having counties like the rest of the United States, we actually have parishes. And each of those parishes has their own unique culture and history, and particularly those along the coast are some of the most at-risk communities in the country and arguably in the world, and very similar to what we see in parts of Italy and around Venice and the lagoon there. So I think some relevant parallels between some at-risk communities locally there, but also around the world. And that's one of the things that we're trying to accomplish here with the Deep Blue Institute, working with the local community, is reimagining the future of the Louisiana estuary with these components of regenerative marine infrastructure, touching on disaster risk reduction, marine habitat restoration, and cultural preservation, and with models and ideas that then can be applied to not just the Louisiana estuary region, but other parts of the world where at-risk communities in the form of island nations, delta communities, and other low-lying coastal areas are facing real existential threats in terms of the future of climate change and sea level rise. In the case of Louisiana, Louisiana is losing about a football pitch of land every hour and a half. The map there shows from a regional study the 50-year land loss under a medium environmental scenario. And many of these areas are highly populated or have these small communities, again, with unique cultural aspects of French Cajun language, Zydeco and other types of music, festivals, and unique cultural manifestations that include escaped slave communities that were established 150 or 200 years ago, Native Americans, as well as other sorts of unique cross sections. So in this case, we're looking at an area that about 2,250 square miles that could be lost over the next 50 years. And to be perfectly frank, probably will be lost. So I think one of the unique things about the work that we're talking about here is the key word is adaptation. So many of the things that we're talking about cannot be changed at this point. This is the new normal for the Gulf Coast. So this was 3 weeks after, in 2005, 3 weeks after Katrina hit. 50 levees and floodwalls around New Orleans had failed with Hurricane Katrina. And again, these levees were breached with Hurricane Rita. So that was 2005. The 16 years to the day this year, we were hit with Hurricane Ida on August 29th. And here in New Orleans right now, we're still seeing recovery efforts. New Orleans was not directly hit, but the outlying communities, particularly to the southwest of New Orleans, were heavily hit to the point that you have Lafourche Parish, where cities like Cutoff and Morgan City are located, where the power grid was completely destroyed. It cannot be repaired. So what does that mean in terms of rebuilding resilient infrastructure and rethinking what infrastructure and resilient communities look like in these areas moving forward in the age of the climate change crisis? So a lot of the history of this area started with another natural disaster back in 1927, which was called the greatest peacetime calamity in the history of the country by the then President Hoover. That inundated 26,000 square miles in 107 counties in 7 states, and really changed the face of river management and the management of the entire Delta. It was essentially the watershed moment where they decided to channel the Mississippi. So in response to that, the Mississippi was enclosed with levees all the way out into the Gulf. And what that did, among other things, was stop the sediment cycle and essentially put us in a pattern where we needed to maintain those levees, and the land behind the levees was forever changed. And that's when things like the process of subsidence began. And that in part is what is exacerbating our challenges now, is not only are we dealing with things like king tides and storm surges and heavier rainfall, but also subsidence that is lowering the land behind the levees. And when flooding does happen, that flooding is exacerbated. So in general, some of the challenges we're looking at are coastal communities disappearing, along with the cultural heritage that I mentioned, this increased flooding, storm damage, and the economic dislocation that goes with this from the destruction and from people having to move. Land loss is exacerbated by that subsidence that I mentioned, the storm surges, and the interruption of the Mississippi's annual sediment deposit cycle, which we're now starting to look at in terms of opening up the levees and trying to restore that sediment cycle. We also, at a watershed scale, we have nitrogen and phosphorus pollution coming down from the entire Mississippi watershed all the way up to Minnesota and Missouri and Illinois and those places. That's destroying lakes, rivers, and delta ecosystems, and that's happening around the world, but particularly is impacting the Gulf when all of that nitrogen, nitrates and phosphates get to the Gulf and cause these harmful algae blooms. So there's over 400 of these worldwide, and essentially they are hypoxic dead zones, which completely kill all of the plant and animal matter in the area where the harmful algae blooms occur. In 2019, it was estimated that the hardfly algae bloom in the Gulf was almost 8,000 square miles large, and that's in America, that's as big as two of our small northeastern states. And then from that, we have tremendous food loss on the, so this is impacting a lot of different systems, including food systems. So over 235,000 tons annually of seafood and other losses that are occurring from these sorts of hypoxic events. So Louisiana obviously is very aware of this. They started to develop policy and planning tools and methods and projects. So one of the key ones is Louisiana's Comprehensive Master Plan for Sustainable Coasts, which came into being in 2017, and looks at all these different potential ways of dealing with the issues using flood protection, natural processes, restoration of coastal habitats, preservation of cultural heritage, and trying to preserve and grow what a working coast means. So this is some of the background and context that the Deep Blue Institute came into in last year. Really, we started exploring work here in 2019, and we moved the Institute here last year in 2020, and now have been working on site for about a year. And that's some of the lessons learned we'll be talking about today. All of this is very much in line with the United Nations disaster risk reduction that's going on. And what that does is recognize that there's no such thing as a natural disaster, only natural hazard. So with the disaster risk reduction work that the UN is doing, it's looking to reduce these the damage caused by natural hazards like earthquakes, floods, droughts, cyclones, through ethic prevention and looking at these different methods of greater investment, education, awareness, better urban planning, community participation, scientific and local knowledge, risk assessment, coordination, good governance, early warning systems, sustainable development, and contingency plans. So all of this contributing to the idea of resilient communities, resilient cities, and giving opportunities to connect the world and find common ground in different communities around the world around these sorts of issues. So at the Deep Blue Institute, we're taking this ecosystem approach, combining ecology, economy, and ecosystems, natural ecosystems, to bring together ideas of economy and industry, environmental health, education training, cultural history, science and technology, and government policy, and work with different public and private entities in public-private partnerships, and also bringing to bear networks from around the region, around the country, and around the world, and certainly interested today in particular to be sharing with and hearing from our colleagues around the world that are working on similar ideas and concepts, and setting up dialogue and exchange on these solution sets and ways of dealing with these issues. So working with the ideal spaces concepts of different types of evolution, type 1 evolution and type 2 evolution. So type 1 evolution, and I'm not sure, Flora and Ulrich, how much you all have gotten into the details of those different types of evolution, but the type 1 evolution being more the natural systems ongoing, more of the same sorts of planetary systems that we experience in large time spans, shifting from, let's say, an agricultural society to an industrial society, but then also to planetary level, looking at planetary shifts in natural shifts in climate or seasonal shifts, et cetera, as compared to a type 2, which is more of a gestalt, more recent, or in many cases, and certainly things that I'll be touching on, disruptive or anthropomorphic impacts that are accelerating geomorphic changes. So in the case of the Louisiana Delta, these type 1 are, again, these natural systems, planetary scale. You know, what are the traditional patterns of sediment deposit that have been going on for a long time, planetary cycles of heating and cooling, the development of the biome and other environmental systems that are happening in the Delta region, and really Delta regions all over the world. And then the ocean currents and atmospheric currents that are influencing regional climate and also impacting things like the longevity of ice caps, et cetera. This type 2 in the Louisiana environment, in particular, is the anthropomorphic impacts of climate change. Disruption of the riparian sediment cycles through the construction of the levees on the Mississippi, the subsidence that's occurred, and then with the destruction or loss of the habitats along the coastal area in the form of the death of cypress groves, the saltwater infiltration, either from engineered infrastructure like canals that have been dug to create access between the Mississippi River and the Gulf, and the petroleum activities that go on there, that these are all things that are destroying these coastal habitats and exacerbating, again, things like saltwater infiltration, but also the bulwark of barrier islands that protect the coast. The increased storm activity and the storm surges that I mentioned, those again are things that are being that are really undermining the structural integrity of the coast, but then also creating these human disasters as well. And then the accentuated tidal activity that's coming with climate change in the form of king tides and storm surges. So a lot of things that were happening anyway, but now are being accentuated by these human interventions. So this is sort of an overall view of what I'm going to be getting into in detail, looking at the specific areas of environmental impacts, economic impacts, and sociocultural impacts. But the general idea is that this type 2 evolution is exponentially accelerating the impacts of the more gradual and subtle type 1 evolution. So the various things that I mentioned that are sort of happening, that the world is a dynamic place. The world was changing, but it was changing at a, if you will, a planetary rate. And that gives ecosystems time to adjust and to adapt, and for vegetation to evolve and all that sort of thing. With these type 2 evolution elements, we are accelerating this rate of change and starting to exacerbate or trigger these tipping points, these major changes, which include concepts or things that are already starting to happen, major ocean current shifts. At some point, we're going to hit a tipping point where plants actually start to reduce the amount of CO2 that they're absorbing, which will drastically exacerbate the CO2 issue in the atmosphere. Polar ice cap loss that we're already seeing, which is reaching dangerous tipping points. And now even methane loss in the permafrost areas of Siberia and the Arctic regions. So methane, as we know, one of the worst greenhouse gases. So all of these things are, in many cases, are things that at this point we really cannot stop. So the reality is we need to be looking at the adaptation potential for these sorts of changes. So looking first at environmental factors, the major one that we're focused on here is that anthropomorphic climate change and how that is accelerating these fluvial changes in the river that necessitating coastal and fluvial engineering and exacerbating unsustainable agricultural and fishery activity. So in these diagrams, basically what we're working with, and I've been working closely with Flora and Ulrich on this, is relatively trying to communicate with these arrows and these different interactions graphically and hopefully clearly the relative size or impact of something like anthropomorphic climate change with respect to fluvial evolution, which is more of that a type 1 evolution, and then the coastal river engineering, which is happening in reaction to the combination of anthropomorphic climate change and natural fluvial evolution, and then these unsustainable agricultural and fishery activities. So what are the different relative interactions between those? I'm not going to go into every single one of these since we don't have that much time, and we can also leave that for discussion. But I understand this presentation will be available through Ulrich and Flora, and looking very forward to following up with our colleagues on any specific issues that we want to get into. But again, general idea being, how do these relative elements and impacts and evolutions relate to each other, and how can we start to better understand them so as to come up with solutions or develop strategies to react to that. And this really brings us to the work that Deep Blue Institute is trying to do in Louisiana. So in a future scenario of environmental factors, how can regenerative blue technologies have a different, create a different future where things like unsustainable agriculture and fisheries become a much smaller element in more regenerative policies. The anthropomorphic climate change is something that we can't do a whole lot about at this point, particularly as it relates to Delta areas. So the hope is that with the regenerative blue technologies and policies, we can better control and respond to, again, adaptation is the key word running through our work. We can adapt to these anthropomorphic climate change. We can adapt to the coastal and river engineering that in some cases need to happen in order to protect these communities, and respond to the fluvial evolution that's going on as well, but do this in a way that that creates a more regenerative, a more resilient society, and with that, economic opportunities and sociocultural preservation. So that's the particular the potential in the environmental aspect. Looking at the economic impacts of what's going on here in Louisiana. Again, the type one in terms of the economy in Louisiana is looking at these longer term global evolution of energy and marine industries internationally that are being internationally experienced around the world, but have their own unique manifestation here. In particular, the fossil fuel industry is very important here and dominates along with tourism. Shipping is very important here as well. And all of these things are certainly impacting the Gulf area. And then in type two, which includes also perhaps the most recent and dramatic of the impacts, is the COVID-19 impact on the local economy and the disruption that has had on the tourism industry. But certainly there are other things going on that with the new administration and the hope that there will be some more sustainable environmental policies that we can rely on. So again, this overview of the economic factors. Currently, oil and gas and tourism are really dominating the local economy. Environmental management is also becoming an important part of what we're doing here. And then the agriculture and fisheries, which very much is related to the tourism industry in terms of the food culture here. But oil and gas is having a disproportionate impact on the environmental quality and on, as a result, on fisheries and agricultural activities. The number 5 there, I think, is particularly important, that the two major economic drivers in the area, oil and gas and tourism, are really at odds because the oil and gas has a tendency to disrupt or destroy some of the habitats and disrupt the activities, particularly nature tourism, ecotourism, that Louisiana is so well known for. So again, here in the economic factors, we're looking at how can environmental management, blue economy, and all of the different types of new blue technologies and ideas that Deep Blue Institute is trying to bring to Louisiana, things like clean energy and more sustainable agriculture and fisheries, how can all that be the new big driver in the economy of the area, reducing in the upper left there the impact of oil and gas and creating economic opportunity with clean energy, and supporting the tourism industry better with healthy natural habitats for growing seafood and other sorts of things that support the food culture and the ecotourism culture. And then in the cultural impacts, again, there are regional shifts that naturally happen all over the world in terms of people moving around, particularly in the United States. People are moving around for jobs and for shifts in the economy. There's growth and expansion, et cetera. But in Louisiana, the cultural impacts are really more acute in terms of the loss of local communities and cultural migration and displacement because of the inundation and destruction of coastal communities from storms, et cetera. So that's particularly painful in Louisiana. And again, something that Venice can relate to in terms of the impacts of tourism and too much tourism concept in Venice, turismo, terrorismo, that tourism actually can have very negative impacts on disrupting, destroying, and diluting the cultural identity of the local area. So that's something else that Louisiana is dealing with, particularly in these areas that are experiencing physical disruptions to their world. So these cultural factors, as they currently stand, current dynamics, is this regional sociocultural dislocation and disruption that in part is happening because of climate change, but also because of impacts of the oil industry on which we're extremely dependent, such that when oil companies start to move away from the area, as they've done in various times throughout history and the last 150 years, that becomes a huge impact on the local culture, the local economy, and the impacts that has on creative culture and identity because of the economics of the region, and on the general evolution of lifestyle as it relates to jobs and the ability of communities, stability of communities in the Gulf region that are dependent upon oil and gas jobs or tourism jobs. And when either of those industries falter, that really has a big impact. So the national and global evolution of cultural factors as well as something that is going on here, but really, and I think particularly important for Louisiana and New Orleans, because so many people feel a particular connection because of the jazz or the visits that they've made here, that there's an opportunity to create a better link between the food and music and history that New Orleans has created and the place that it holds in a lot of people's hearts around the world. So that's certainly one of the things that we're thinking about at the Deep Blue Institute. So in terms of future dynamics, what we see as opportunity here is the adoption of a more regional, more regenerative lifestyle that reduces the dependency on oil and gas and tourism, and can really reinforce this creative cultural identity of food and music and festivals, et cetera, and can also impact this dislocation that's happening into, again, to a certain extent, inevitably happening in terms of these coastal communities, that with ideas that touch on even things like floating cities and floating infrastructure, but also aquaculture, mariculture, and new industries that can diversify the economy, that this gives the communities on the coast tools to not only stay in place, but to have a sustainable lifestyle and to protect their culture. So again, as I mentioned before, the overall ideas with the work that we're doing is to reduce these type 2 impacts on the local culture and economy, et cetera, and create a more adaptive approach to the coastal resilience and a brighter future for the coast, which right now is there's a lot of reasons to be afraid of folks living in these communities, what their future could be in terms of economy and culture, et cetera. So diving down, we go to a deeper level. I'm going to spend a little bit of time looking at specifically at the potential for blue technologies and policies in the area, and what can we do with blue tech and blue economy. And that touches particularly on things like regenerative off-grid energy, water and waste systems and infrastructure, also on integrated regional scale ecosystem services. So these are things like wastewater assimilation projects, which use municipal waste and create a fertilizer, a liquid fertilizer that can be used to grow coastal wetlands and barrier islands and therefore protect the coast. but then also getting into more social systems like education and research policy oriented towards regenerative marine-based initiatives. So that's where we get into engaging with public-private partnerships with schools and regional government, and then also robust expansion of entrepreneurship and industry diversification in blue technology. So that's bringing some of Deep Blue Institutes and also UIX Global, another one of our organizations, work from the Bay Area and working with green and clean smart cities in the San Francisco Bay Area and Silicon Valley area on the entrepreneur community, incubation and acceleration of new technologies, and bringing that sort of mindset and expanding those activities in the Gulf region so as to grow these activities. So this is kind of the big hope of and what we're trying to support here for the future dynamics of the regenerative blue economy and blue technology development in the region is a marine-focused education and research activities, and how those can really support blue tech entrepreneurship, how it can support integrated regional ecosystem services in the form of these not only wastewater assimilation, but other sorts of habitat restoration and water quality improvement, and then regenerative energy and water systems. So things like offshore wind and blue energy and all sorts of things that can really revolutionize the blue economy and blue technology in the region. And in so doing, also with number 6 there, create an exchange relationship with other regions of the world that are facing these exact same issues. And when we think about countries or communities like the Dutch 500 years ago or more developed flood control technologies, which for at least the last 300 years, they have been marketing and distributing around the world as an important exported set of technologies and know-how. And that's something that Louisiana could do the same. And not only can Louisiana do this in the future with these sorts of regenerative marine infrastructure technologies and blue technologies, but also Louisiana's already done it in the past. So in the last century, with the oil and gas industry, if you went to the platforms of Siberia or Norway or the Baltic Sea, the foremen or heads of the teams of roughnecks that are running the drilling platforms, et cetera, those were very often from southern Texas, from southern Louisiana. So not only were those technologies being exported from the Gulf region, but also the actual human resources and skills were being exported from here. So that's the big hope on what we can accomplish here. And I can answer questions on all the ways that we're already getting started with that type of activity. But how that manifests in terms of our plan for engagement is with this Deep Blue Institute eco-solution space concept that basically a series of different nonprofit and for-profit activities. And particularly, we're focused on the bottom right there with these for-profit activities that have to do with consulting activities, advising and defining roadmaps for how to move forward with different types of blue economy projects, operation activities on things like wastewater assimilation or other sorts of infrastructure scale projects, and then helping out and designing various types of projects, and how these sorts of for-profit activities can then support sectors in education, ideation in the form of the Deep Blue Institute think tank, and then moving around to incubation and acceleration of new technologies, and then investment in startup technologies and attracting and growing local talent in the region and developing with the local universities like the University of New Orleans and perhaps Tulane and LSU, developing systems where we are activating local entrepreneurs in the blue economy and helping them to develop the solution sets that the region can implement and scale to protect the region, to protect the culture, to protect the coast, but then also to share those lessons learned with the rest of the world. So all of these pieces together can also support and benefit from a large fund that would be a combination of for-profit, venture, and angel funding of new technologies, but also nonprofit funding for the education and research activities that in the education realm would even include K through 12 primary school community education, and undergrad education, as well as research. So this all goes towards a regional shift in culture, economy, ecology, and looking to the future and growing future generations in which this becomes the primary focus, facing the existential threat of how this region can develop its own solution sets and ultimately help the rest of the world by exporting those solution sets and ideas and helping other island nations and coastal regions around the world. So these are some of the folks that I have been working with or starting to work with, longtime partners like the Buckminster Fuller Institute, One Island Institute is working globally. Solar Heads of State is particularly focused on renewable energy in the Caribbean area. Blue 21 is the Dutch architectural firm with which we worked previously on prototype projects for floating cities in French Polynesia. The Clean Tech Open is a US-based but globally active clean tech accelerator incubator. Meeting of the Minds is a smart cities-oriented organization that's working globally around IoT and smart city systems. Pyramid Foods is part of the food vertical of sustainable and regenerative aquaculture and mariculture, as well as land-based food systems. Comate Resources, a local engineering firm that is leading the world really with technologies around wastewater assimilation and already has projects that have been active for 10 to 15 years. The Seasteading Institute we've worked with previously on the project I mentioned in French Polynesia, the floating cities, and they continue to support the idea of floating infrastructure and floating communities around the world. UNO is one of our key partners locally with their facility called The Beach, which is the UNO Research and Technology Campus on Lake Pontchartrain in New Orleans. And we're very excited about continue to develop our relationship with their facilities there. And then UX Global is our smart cities and community engagement arm that is doing some work in Louisiana, but previously is more focused on things again like IoT, smart cities, and innovation ecosystems for urban areas. So this, for somebody like myself, who is a New Orleans native and just moved back last year to focus on these things and bring to bear my previous global experience, this is something that, for us, the question is, if not now, then when? If not here, then where? And if not us, then who? And really, in the context of our presentation today, the who is everybody on this call and everybody who's interested in these sorts of solution sets that we need to be developing around the world so that we can avoid these sorts of disasters that you see. This is where the levee walls broke in 2005 for Katrina and devastated the city of New Orleans. And this is the future we're facing unless we can really come together as a community, as a nation, and as a global community to address these issues and develop the blue technologies and blue economy models that can help us to adapt to the realities of what is happening with the impacts of global change around the world. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your attention. Direi anche per i nostri amici italiani che posso rispondere anche in italiano se ci sono le domande su questa presentazione. So just saying that can also, with my time in Italy, I can also respond in Italian, either offline or online, to folks that may have some questions on the presentation. Thank you very much. Flora, I'll hand it back to you. Flora, you there?
I guess, some minor issues here. So let's start with the discussion. Thank you very much, Greg, for this very insightful contribution.
My pleasure. So were you able to hear the presentation?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely fine. We could also see your slides, so everything went fine. I guess there are some minor issues at the pavilion in Venice.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, fine. With that, then, I'll go ahead. I have some discussion questions as part of the slides. So to get the discussion going, I'm happy to answer any questions, but these were some of the discussions that items we talked about. So thinking about what may be some of the engagement or opportunities for collaboration around the world, sort of a big question that'd be interesting to hear folks comment on is, how do we build resilient global networks to support these sorts of large regional scale innovation labs for coastal protection and community preservation? So that's really what we're trying to do here, is create this sort of regional scale lab activity and opportunity. And then also, how do we exponentially accelerate coastal adaptation beyond the speed of government? So that really gets into the motivation for the public-private partnerships and activating entrepreneurs and small businesses and corporations at a private sector speed, at a entrepreneur speed, because certainly one of the issues here and around the world is that government has a tendency to move too slowly, to either with policy changes or with funding of projects, et cetera. So at Deep Blue Institute, we really feel like that needs to happen from the private sector and in these partnerships. So very interested and excited to hear what people may have to say about that. And then for other folks from other parts of the world that are tuning in, what are the most pressing technological needs facing your coastal area or island community? Because again, Deep Blue Institute, we want to be sort of a clearinghouse and a facilitator for the discussions of what are the technologies that we should be developing to come up with these solution sets.
It was a very interesting contribution you had, since it was about large systems and solutions, as you said, can be exportable to other regions. The coastal regions, as you addressed it, are the most endangered regions for the time being due to climate change. And first of all, we had to apologize, as we had a technical problem here in the Biennale Pavilion, but now it's settled, I think. My first question is, keeping in resume the questions you outlined. My first questions in resuming your questions is speed, as a speed of change. What have been the major obstacles for a development towards what you call the blue economy solution?
Mm-hmm.
According to your experiences.
Yeah, so like many areas, there are the established economic activities, and as I emphasized here, those incumbent industries are oil and gas, and then tourism. So in the case of tourism, there's no fundamental conflict between anything that Deep Blue Institute wants to do and in terms of diversification of the economy. But the oil and gas industry here has really been controlling the economy, and arguably sets up of if you will, not a very nice term, but a banana republic dynamic where the investment and the activities that go on here are in many ways destructive to the environment. They are unsustainable in terms of labor force and the future of what's going to be happening with oil and gas industries, et cetera. And to the extent that there are benefits in terms of financial benefits, et cetera, those have a tendency to leave the state and go to where the headquarters of these oil and gas companies are. So there's going to be pushback in terms of the diversification of the economy, but the good news is that the same skill sets that people have from the oil and gas industry, which are things like pipe fitting, welding, heavy machinery, design, construction, maintenance, et cetera, marine infrastructure, civil marine infrastructure, all those sorts of things are skill sets that can be adapted to the blue economy and to these sorts of blue infrastructure projects. So I would say, yeah, the obstacles are sort of incumbent incumbent activities or incumbent patterns in how the economy works, and the resistance to change of things like opening up the levee and creating new drainage patterns. And that means a shift in lifestyle for people who may be used to in some cases, a saltwater fishing and shrimping, growing oysters, et cetera. So shifts between saltwater activities and freshwater activities, and how changes to the levee system and changes to the coastal engineering are going to impact those lifestyle changes. So as always, anywhere in the world, change is difficult. And that's why we have to take a multidisciplinary approach that includes community development, community engagement, economic development, as well as existing and new engineering solutions.
Yeah, I've got a quick question about the community engagement side of things. I mean, we've talked about that with Jatine and Sam in our previous presentations, just in terms of building cities or places for communities to live. But I'd be interested to know from your point of view how that works. What's the consultation process like? And to what extent are communities involved?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I was glad I got to get on a little bit and hear a little bit of what Jatine and Sam had to say, and of course there are always similarities wherever we are in terms of what are the obstacles and hopefully the solutions for this sort of engagement. I mean, the good news in that is that Louisiana, Southern Louisiana, and the coastal region already has a lot of great organizations and a lot of great efforts that are underway in terms of cultural preservation, and particularly with regard to, for instance, the African-American community and the jazz culture and the creative culture here, and what we call culture bearers, some of these key leaders in the music community and the arts community, and the festivals, which things like Jazz Fest and Mardi Gras and French Quarter Heritage Fest, and all of the little individual festivals that happen in these coastal communities, and again, are things that are at risk in terms of their cultural identity. So people really value and understand those things here. So from an academic approach, universities have a number of different institutions and community engagement groups that are already working with communities. So the Deep Blue Institute, as a relatively newcomer to the region, that's a lot of what we're doing right now, is establishing those partnerships. And again, why the University of New Orleans and their research and technology campus, the Beach, is such a key factor in what we're doing. Also, another good example is at Tulane, there's a new Department of River Coastal Science and Engineering. So that's another organization we're looking forward to engaging with. And other aspects of that, architecture departments at Tulane, marine architecture and marine civil engineering at UNO. These are all in that diagram, that ecosystem diagram that I showed. These are all the constituent parts, because the Deep Blue Institute by itself cannot hope to implement any significant change. It has to be a partnership between all of these public and private entities, and our engagement strategy. And what we feel good about so far in the last year is our ability to start to convene the, if you will, the self-identified groups that are really willing and ready to make, in some cases, these difficult and even painful changes, but are ready to do that work and dive into it and already have some experience and are already connected with some of the unofficial mayors, the community leaders, the culture bearers that are working to preserve and look to the future for the identity of the region.
No, that's great. Thank you, Greg. I think I agree. It has to be collaborative. It's not just about the individual. It's about communities and people coming together and actually trying to change things. We've got one question, actually, an audience question about floating cities. This may relate to your work with Seasteading Institute, because obviously there's been some criticism about this idea of having floating cities. And the question is about whether it's could be realized, is it practical, or is it a utopian dream, so to speak?
Well, how much time do we have? Can I have another 2 hours?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for the question. So the evolution of the work at Deep Blue Institute, I mentioned UIX Global, the Urban Innovation Exchange. And very briefly, UIX Global was asked to engage with the Seasteading Institute on this project that I mentioned in French Polynesia, where the Seasteading Institute was seeking to build the first prototype floating city. That project, it was not realized in part, in my opinion, because of some of the focus on the special economic zone, free trade zone sorts of ideas that are also a part of the Seasteading's work that they do. So really part of the concept or the genesis of the Deep Blue Institute was to really focus on just the blue infrastructure, the regenerative marine technology, which is sort of the engineering side of the Seasteading Institute's work, and the global community. There's a global community looking at these sorts of solution sets. So in the meantime, one of the most promising and interesting projects that the listener who asked the question can check into is with the Dutch Port Authority, which is building in cooperation with the Maldives. The government of the Maldives is building a floating city prototype for a couple thousand people. So these things are moving forward. They are realistic. The reality is that the Dutch have been building floating communities, floating architecture. I mentioned Blue 21 has built floating community centers, conference centers in Holland, in Rotterdam. So they're based out of Rotterdam. So there's lots of examples. There's nothing new about this. There's a scaling question. Can it be scaled around the world? Fundamentally, at the Deep Blue Institute, we believe that this is realistic, and it's realistic in doing it in a regenerative and positive way, that we're imagining communities along the coastline that are floating communities that are engaged in economic activities like mariculture and aquaculture, but also fundamentally some of the technologies that the Seasteading Institute supports and talks about in the future is basically these floating cities parked off the coast of existing land-based cities and actually taking the pollution that is being released, the sewage, et cetera, that is being released by those communities, and doing what Buckminster Fuller characterized as pollution is just a resource that we have not yet realized how to take advantage of, that these coastal cities are in partnership with their floating counterparts, and they are absorbing harvesting nitrates and phosphates that otherwise might do harm to the environment, and using those in the context of aquaculture, mariculture, and fish farming, et cetera. So we very much believe that floating infrastructure, floating communities are possible. In the case of these communities that are being lost, this is the communities that are being impacted by this loss, losing a football field of land every hour and a half along the coast. Plaquemine Parish, which is the final parish where the Mississippi empties into the Gulf, has already lost 50% of its landmass. So they've lost a major high school. So that means that the high school where your parents went to and your grandparents went to doesn't exist anymore. So these are huge cultural dislocations. And the only really adaptive solution, if you want to keep those people in that location and preserve that culture, is to build some sort of floating infrastructure or on stilts or something that can remain in place. So this has to be a part of what we're looking at in terms of coastal communities. It is realistic. The engineering has already been solved, and it's really just a question of scaling and distributing those technologies to different parts of the world. Think the Bangladesh Delta, think French Polynesias, the Seychelles, the Maldives. They need these technologies, and it's incumbent upon us to develop those.
I had to actually Google how large a football field is, but it's substantial. So how aware is the general public about this issue? So I guess a football field every 90 minutes, this is a slogan that everybody could understand. So what is the general public discussion about?
Yeah, well, you're right on the money. That statistic came out of a study from a number of years ago, and is certainly accurate. The reality of it is, it's when you calculate all of the erosion, you think about that as a thin line all along the coast. But in reality, what it means is that when you take the accumulated land loss each year from very pointed erosion in specific areas, flooding, loss of areas that may even be farther inland, that is sort of the total that then is being lost on a yearly basis. It is a statistic that, again, as you're saying, is often used here and in explaining the realities of what goes on here. Many people locally have heard it, and it certainly makes an impression on them. But in my opinion, the real sort of reality check, or the what people are facing, is much more personal. So what's happening in Lafourche Parish right now post Ida, and the fact that they can't rebuild the power grid, that so many homes are lost, that areas like Grand Isle that were completely wiped clean. It's another coastal island area near New Orleans. It was completely leveled. For Ida, they were left with 4 feet of sand after the storm. So those are the real life and personal stories that make an impact here with the community, and they can relate to, whether it's happening to them or to a family member or to a friend. The recreation areas, and even relating back to some of the idea of floating infrastructure, a lot of people have fish camps here. So you go to your house on the coast, or your houseboat, etc. Those are things that get particularly hard hit in these storms. So sure, that statistic, it catches people's attention, but there's lots of other things that on an individual basis people know about here. And as it relates to our work, it's something that this goes way beyond politics or constituency. People understand this is real, this is really happening. And regardless of your politics, we need to work together to do something about it and to face the future. And that statistic is just one of the ways that we underscore and really simplify what is a very complex problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg. I think because we are going to have to wrap up our workshop this afternoon slightly earlier than anticipated, I just want to ask, before we move on to our very short little break before John's presentation, are there any other questions from the audience online or in person?
Yeah, and again, Flora, I'm very happy to follow up with anybody.
Yeah, that would be great. We'll make sure that the PowerPoint and this presentation is all online with your details if you're happy for us to contact you, and that would be great. Okay, so just check the chat.
Many thanks, Greg. No, this was okay. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Ulrich. Thank you, Flora, and thank you again to the Biennale and for the opportunity to be there with you. Of course, I would have loved to have been there in person, and I'll hope to make it sometime soon. I'm way overdue to visit to Italy, and Venice is always one of my favorite spots. So I'm jealous that you're there. I'd love to be there with you, but we'll be sure to do that sometime soon.
Yeah, brilliant. No, thank you so much, Greg, and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you again.
So to all our online participants, we'll just take a very short 5-minute break, and we'll rejoin about 25 past 4 here in Venice, and we will pick up on with John's presentation, which is the final one for today. See you shortly. Okay, welcome back everyone. So this is now the final part of our workshop today, and we'll be bringing together everything we've explored in a final chapter, looking ahead to the future, very much inspired by all the positive aspects of resilience in communities that we've been speaking about today. So whether that's lives being transformed through the powers of the imagination, through architecture, through a better understanding of the environment. There have been some very fascinating themes that our presenters have drawn out in their presentations. So before I introduce John, our next speaker, I'm going to hand over to Ulrich briefly to tell us a little bit more about this idea of creative communities and the future of resilience.
Yeah, this was it's a radical shift in a way as regards the topics. The future of resilience also relates to beauty. This might sound very, very remote at first sight, but only at the first sight. We need architecture, real architecture for communities. And the architecture relates to placemaking. And if we consider the recent technology-centered and functionalist mindset as regards architecture, we have to speak about beauty, about another kind of architecture again. Again, because in former historical periods before modernity, this notion of proportion, of human proportion, of beauty was in discourse. And therefore, this presentation from John Marks coming now is a kind of final conclusion and relates very direct to the future of resilience.
Okay, so to introduce John Marks more formally, John is an architect and co-founding principal and chief artistic officer of the firm Form for Architecture in San Francisco, California. He's responsible for developing Form for Architecture's design vision and philosophical language. Form for Architecture has received over 174 design awards, and in 2017, John became a laureate of the American Prize for Architecture, which is one of the highest public tributes for architecture in the United States. So delighted to have you join us today, John. Thank you for being here. And if I could invite you to please share your PowerPoint presentation, that would be great. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Flora. Interestingly enough, I'm going to start with beauty, and hopefully if I finish in time, I'm going to end with trash, which will be an interesting juxtaposition. I've got a lot of slides, so I'm going to go through them rather quickly, just in the interest of time. Anyway, as Flora said, Form for Architecture, we were formed 23 years ago. There were 4 of us originally, now there are 3, one of us retired. When we converted to 3, we shifted to a different sense of the direction of the office, and this is where it relates back. Our new vision statement is, in order to return a sense of humanity to design, we advocate for a rebalancing of modernism with emotional meaning and poetic design. So the world is in crisis. As we all know, there's a lot of issues that we're all dealing with, a lot of technological issues. These are really quite important. And that is what's going to help us make it through all of this and hopefully to a very wonderful and progressive future. It's very common when you get into this discussion about beauty and its relationship to sustainability is to think that beauty is a rather superficial concept. And Christina Murray said in her new incarnation as an editor, it's time for architects to choose ethics over aesthetics. And I would say, that's largely true, but it misses a very important point. And that's about how emotionally driven we are as creatures. And I think it inspired me to come up with a phrase that I think pulls this together. The most sustainable things in life are those things you won't throw away because you love them too much. And in a sense, you will fight for and preserve and create the things that you love. And I think that's something that's really quite important, and we miss that. So in a sense, I'm advocating for lovable cities and lovable communities, and not just the physical environment, but the way that the communities work together with each other. So it's all about a balanced dynamic. In the sustainability world, we've done a lot of sustainable buildings. This is an example of one in India, the shape of lotus blossoms. But what are we advocating for? So we're advocating, again, for rebalancing of modernism towards an architecture of abundance. And this started several years ago in 2015, when we won the American Prize. I started with a poem. We ask ourselves, when did the world become so gray? When did the public fall out of love with the built environment? When did our profession polarize so deeply between the pragmatic and the self-indulgent? When did we begin to neglect the people we pledged to care for? We could debate the causal merits of modernism in this disconnection, the difficulty in translating a minimalist approach to a wider culture. But have we exhausted the conceit yet that the public just needs to catch up? So this disconnection, even Forbes magazine quoted Frank Gehry as saying 98% of the architecture today has no respect for humanity. Now, some people and a lot of people in the public blame the Starchitects for this. And I think that's a little misguided, because Starchitects, you know, they do maybe 1/10 of 1% of the buildings in the world. They provide vision, they provide interest, and yes, they can be a little self-indulgent versus self-expressive sometimes, but they serve a great purpose, because in my world, the enemy is not the Starchitecture and that creativity, it's this. And this is 80%, maybe 90% of what gets built. These are buildings in Silicon Valley, or this, or this, or this, all buildings in Silicon Valley. So what has the response been? Sagermeister and Walsh, which is a graphic design firm, created a book with Phaidon recently that was called Beauty. The little quote on the cover is, over the course of the last century, beauty has been displaced by functionality and design and architecture. As a result, something was lost. Beauty not only impacts the way we feel, it changes the way we behave. Yael Reiser, Peter Cook's wife, has done a wonderful set of books on beauty, and now neuroscience is weighed in. Ian Ritchie has also done a series of books. But keeping with the English, Roger Scruton has pushed back on this. And I don't know if you remember the late Roger Scruton. He was appointed the chair to the UK government's Building Better, Building Beautiful Commission. His response is to go backwards, to go back into nostalgic past periods of architectural design. And, you know, so if you think that's only working or only gaining traction in the UK, there's also Donald Trump, who actually signed an executive order requiring all federal buildings to be designed in a neoclassical style. In response, Bloomberg, I believe, commissioned a Harris poll, and they discovered that 72% of Americans chose historicist architecture over modernism. And this was over all metrics of race, gender, age, and class. And even our fellow artists in the ballet, this is a ballet my wife and I went to, and the quote from it is, in making this ballet, Dawson found himself responding to the polarized present day world. He understands the world's opposites, light and dark, humanity and architecture, the individual and the group. Do we have to choose between humanity and architecture? I thought these were interrelated. Why can't we have both? This is what I fear the most. And this is on one side Chicago, on the other side Mumbai. I'm not sure which is the better place to live. The one in Chicago is one of the wealthiest areas in the world. So where does this come from? A bit of it comes from Robert Venturi, from Complexity and Contradiction. He started out opening up the world in the postmodern way. I like complexity and contradiction in architecture, and wanted to go work against the puritanically moral language of the orthodox modern architecture and provide richness of meaning rather than clarity of meaning. However, as an intellectual, he kept to that. And in the second sentence, he took all of our emotional ability to be artists away. I do not like the incoherence or arbitrariness of incompetent architecture, nor the precious intricacies of picturesqueness or expressionism. So leads to the statement, architects have not been allowed to design beautiful buildings in the last 50 years. It's an odd thing. Robert Venturi wrote Complexity and Contradiction in 1966. The Temptations made a song famous called Beauty is Only Skin Deep. And this changed the world for a lot of people, but it had a very negative effect in the architecture profession and the fine arts institutions. And this was reinterpreted to mean that anything that was beautiful was de facto superficial. And we've been living with that notion that beauty doesn't matter. It turns out it does. So this might go all the way back to Descartes. We have the idea, Descartes uttered the words, I think, therefore I am. The problem with that, well, the advantage of that is the Enlightenment means we have science, we have technology, we have vaccines. But for the last 380 years, have we deluded ourselves into believing that thinking was the highest order of human accomplishment? I would rather say perhaps feeling. So instead of I think, therefore I am, I feel, therefore I am. But I don't think feeling goes far enough. I think it should be I care, therefore I am. So how can we make people care about their environments at a greater level than they do today? This idea of the linear, logical, verbal thought process versus a non-linear, intuitive, and visual, creative process is part of this dynamic. In architecture, to be considered arbitrary is perhaps the greatest sin of all, but arbitrariness is where the human heart lies. It's a balance equation, perhaps, between beauty and function, but this might seem like a balanced graphic, but this is what we really do. It's all function and not enough emotional meaning. So inevitably, you have to get to a conversation about brutalism and minimalism and the romance of emptiness. These are watercolors I did many years ago that celebrate the romance of emptiness, but as they apply to buildings, it's a little more problematic. In Malta, there are good poetic versions of minimalism and brutalism. In Malta, you have these wonderful abstract forms in the landscape, in the buildings that are quite simple. Renzo Piano did a beautiful and poetic, sort of minimalist and perhaps even brutalist civic building there. Louis Kahn at the Salk Institute are great examples. But when you take the poetry away, you get the emptiness of minimalism. The challenging notion of a reductivist approach, and even the Barbican, which is very brutal. It has to search for the humanity there. So why not just poetic as the thing that links them together? It's not about the style, it's about what you do. So we started an aspect of advocacy. There's 6 things we've been doing: emotional meaning, the absurdity of beauty, second century modernism, cultural vibrancy, and then creative communities. Emotional meaning, we started the Architects newspaper in 2015 with a little essay called Emotional Meaning, the Intangible of Architecture. And at the Venice Biennale, collateral event in 2016, with the European Cultural Center, we did a series of visual poems on emotional meaning. And the visual poems were intended to be a visual version of an architectural design philosophy. We talked about human scale, about placemaking, about emotional meaning. And then with the Architectural Review, we did an advocacy monograph called The Absurdity of Beauty, Rebalancing of Modernism, to talk about wild civility. Richard England wrote an essay about how poetic buildings affect people in positive ways. Ian Ritchie wrote about how he writes a poem before he starts a building design, and also talked about neuroscience. And then the idea of cultural vibrancy, which gives expressive shape to architecture. This led to the notion of second century modernism. Second century modernism, if first century modernism was an architecture of abstraction, which a lot of, I think, hardcore modernists might agree with, second century modernism might be seen as an architecture of abundance, emotional abundance. So again, back to an event during the Venice Biennale in 2018 at the Palazzo Mora. We did a chart that talked about the emotional evolution of modernism versus historicism. We also did the same show in a smaller version in Moscow. And we're left with 3 questions. Why should we love this design? What emotions does this building evoke? And does this design promote an architecture of emotional abundance, an architecture of humanity? These are buildings in Amsterdam, which is otherwise a very lovely city. Cultural vibrancy. Now, this leads us to Burning Man, and this ultimately is going to lead us to the trash issue and how do you get people to change through culture. We've got vibrancy in terms of tourism, perhaps in some modern cities evolving, but then we get into things that really spark the imagination. Signs of life can be seen as what we consider in the dismissive graffiti. We need to promote a range of cultural inclusion, and we get to Burning Man, which is a garden of preconceptions. So whatever you believe about Burning Man encourages you fundamentally to embrace community and kindness through participatory art. And it's the power of participatory art is very unusual that it can really spark people to care about everything. And what does Burning Man do? There's a sense of awe. We have playa art, we have art cars, we have theme camps. All of these things are made by people for each other as a gift to the community. Temples and burning things like the man and the temple and things like that. I've talked and written extensively about this in Abatare, in the Architectural Review at the World Architecture Festival. And I've done a few art pieces. This is Andromeda Reimagined, which is a small stage structure. This is my new piece, which is called the Museum of No Spectators, where the gifting shop turns that notion on its head, and you're asked to make a gift before entering the museum. And this was a pavilion for the man base. So to creative communities, though, this is an outgrowth of this, which is Burning Man. And the idea of how do you create this sense of belonging. We go into this notion again. We are at a critical moment in human history where our ability to navigate this existential crisis will be defined by science, technology, and the depth of the human heart. So one goal that we might have, or a series of goals we might have, is the most fundamental is to create buildings and cities that have a high degree of vibrancy, authenticity, and a strong sense of community, with the intention of encouraging an engaged population that not only loves their environment, but participates in its creation and in its ongoing evolution, the extension of which means they feel responsible for its maintenance and improvement and are inspired and empowered to infuse it with their cultural and artistic energy. They create traditions and rituals which will carry this collective effort forward to successive generations. This vibrancy extends across a full range of socioeconomic strata so that everyone participates and enjoys these benefits. Based on this goal set, our research has led us to study the concept of a creative community. Creative community is a community whose shared value system revolves around the attraction of participatory art and innovation, of embracing and sharing self-expression, of empowering and unlocking the inherent creative and imaginative spirit that resides in every human being. For the heart of all great cities lies in the spirit of its people. So vibrancy, we started thinking that we would prototype. So this started with a research project, which led to a workshop at Esalen that Ulrich and Greg, who just spoke, participated in. There you see the beauty of Big Sur in California. We started out with quite an extensive outline of what we were going to try to deal with, asking questions of what's a creative community, what are types of communities, the issue of utopian communities, future cities, developer issues. We did a bunch of programming and storytelling experiences. We dealt with infrastructure, economic drivers, neighborhood goals, and urban diagrams, comparing Black Rock City to other urban ideas, and the idea of prototyping. Burning Man does a thing where they have a decompression. 70,000 people go to Burning Man, but they have a large urban event over 2 days that 10,000 people go to in a highly urban setting. So this notion of this city that can form this vibrancy, it doesn't have to be in the middle of nowhere in the desert. It can be in basically downtown San Francisco, and 10,000 people will show up. So we did a design charrette. In Oakland, there was a site that we were looking at, and we said, what could happen here? We had the various different teams come up with a bunch of ideas and sketches. And we started to create sort of some massing ideas based on that. And then in Freiburg in Germany, a couple of years ago before COVID, Ulrich and the Ideal Spaces group did a creative community seminar. A lot of great ideas came out of that. And then eventually, this led to a project I've been working on that is a very stealthy design competition, but it's the idea of creating this sort of city at scale. So a scale of 500,000 people. In its golden moments, a great city needs to create more culture and innovation than it consumes. So we started studying creative communities at a city scale. And the idea was to break it down into smaller subunits. And each subunit would have its own sense of a civic core. It would have a creative community center, which is where we can share, where we can create art like a makerspace, but also a sharing space and a gifting space. There would be a school, there would be religious functions and all those kinds of things. But what would happen is all of these different subcommunities that would be sort of like super neighborhoods would be interlinked with a sort of ritual pathway. And the idea there is that many times during the year, but at least twice a year, you'd have everybody contributing their art or their innovation. And you would sort of, in a sense, almost go on a parade. And you would link all of these places together. And instead of everyone going into the downtown and then back out, and the downtown is where you have your thing, these celebrations, these, in a sense, decompression moments where 10,000 people might show up, they're linked all together on their own path. And we also, in the same project, started to look into what the metaverse might offer for this, because we are all living in a world where the intersection of the physical and the virtual worlds are something that we really need to start to address, and placemaking in virtual life. So this is actually the same moment as that, just changed. And this was a design for a physical space, actually not even a virtual space, but we were going to do a virtual twin of it so that you could literally be there in the physical space, put on your AR glasses, turn to the right and see your friend and have a conversation and walk through this space. And they're walking through with VR goggles and they're in the same space and they turn and they see you. So we're trying to create the #1 virtual hybrid city, the physical and the virtual. And the idea was, it was a catalyst for transformation of embracing holistic balance. The idea of embracing paradox, not should it be regenerative thinking, but it should be productive and consumptive. There should be the past and the future. There should be the collective and the individual. There should be the digital and the physical. It's a balance of those things together, not picking one or the other. We're not trying to resolve paradox, we're trying to embrace it. So we looked at different ways that you can do this. We had this great AI concierge that would manage, let's say, 1,000 different simultaneous experiences in this world. And then we tried to create, the world's greenest city through a series of living urban scale laboratories, so that you would experiment with things. You would experiment with waste without landfills, water without energy, energy without carbon, data with purpose, streets without cars, dew harvesting and things like that. All kinds of different ways that if you were starting a city from scratch, to go beyond Masdar, to see what you could do, but using the city as an actual experimentation moment. Water and energy and all those kinds of things that we would localize. So the idea was local energy production, local waste collection and reuse, and local energy storage. Now, what about trash? That's what I promised you at the very beginning. How can you change behavior through culture? This is my neighborhood in San Francisco. It's one of the wealthiest areas in the world, perhaps. We still have a lot of trash. Why can't we get rid of this? The interesting thing about Burning Man, if you don't believe that culture can change behavior, this is Burning Man. This is 70,000 people. Imagine a city of 70,000 people with not only no litter, no trash anywhere. There's one little piece of trash in one of these 3 photographs, and it was only there until I could climb down from the yoga platform I was on and pick it up and put it in my pouch. But imagine 70,000 people with none of this. And not only is there no litter and no trash, there are no trash cans. Because what people do is they actually pick it up and they put it in a little pouch that they carry with them. They'll pick up their own trash, but they'll pick up other people's trash. And they'll not only not put it in a trash can, they'll take it back to their camp and ultimately take it home with them to San Francisco or wherever they live. And imagine what it would take, the social engineering, to get people to do that. You can't regulate that with laws. You need people to feel it in their heart. And the interesting thing is that Burning Man does that through creating a temporary creative community. But this community actually lives and breathes all year long. And with that, I thank you.
Gosh, thank you, John. That was brilliant. I don't even know where to start. I mean, you've shown us some fantastic examples of how we can start driving change by creating emotionally resonant buildings and cities that are really community focused. And I think that example at the end with the trash, I mean, it speaks volumes. I think it's fantastic, and it goes to show that if people are willing and they believe in something, then yes, change can happen. So really positive way to end our workshop today. I'd love to find out a bit more about the metaverse you were talking about, because one thing that's been coming up in our presentations throughout the workshop is this contradiction between the individual and the community. And I think this example of actually accepting that there will be contradictions between individual versus community, and I just think it's a fantastic way of consuming space in a way where we can just live with these imbalances. And I mean, how amazing. I would love to be in that space right now.
So one of the interesting things about the idea of the individual and the community is this notion of embracing paradox. So if you say you want to resolve paradox, you have to pick one or the other. In architecture, we went through a long, long period where the white heroic male was the model for design. Now we're in sort of a very highly collaborative period where vision has been sort of put on a shelf, individual vision, self-expression, and it's what this kind of communal group can do. And I believe that the future is the ability to embrace both of these things, kind of a both and scenario, so that you have vision and collaboration. And it's just a matter of what the balance act is between the two. And the metaverse is a place where you are a person, as an individual, you can navigate things, but you can participate in the whole world. I mean, you can be playing a game or learning through a game environment or through other environments with anybody in the world. And the technology is, in the study that we did for this giant project, the ability to do this, the technology is actually, there's a big race to see who can do this. And the way to look at the metaverse in a sense is Amazon made shopping easy, but they didn't make it fun. The metaverse can make it fun, and the metaverse can add Facebook into that and create a community, but not create a two-dimensional community, create a three-dimensional community. So it's fully immersive, like the image that you see on the left. And in that sense, you've got the whole world as your community. I don't know if that answers your question, though.
Yeah, I guess the interesting thing is that obviously caters to, communities who have access to that kind of technology. So I guess that's worth thinking about as well. When we've been talking about some resilient communities in previous presentations like Jateen's, where communities have had absolutely nothing. I suppose we're talking about very different types of community, and I suppose it's worth putting that out there.
Well, the side of accessibility is I think that Google and Facebook especially have gone out of their way on a private business standpoint to try to hook the entire world up as fast as they possibly can. So there's the notion of governments doing it, but I think private industry wants to do this even more than the governments do, which means that you'll get a lot of immediate traction. I think Facebook or Google, whichever one, was going to try to float balloons over Africa to try to create connectivity.
So if anyone has any questions, please do unmute yourself and ask John. Alternatively, you can drop the questions in the chat.
I have a question. Is this project about creative communities, is this still ongoing, also related to this metaverse aspect, or is the project has been concluded?
That project has been concluded, but it's our intention to take this to the next level and start doing research and prototyping using the research we did as a base. What was interesting was we assembled an incredible team of people outside of the architectural world. We had people who were even so far as cryptocurrency experts, because all of these things tend to be interrelated at the moment. Because folks believe that the metaverse as a global system doesn't want to rely on banks. I'm not sure how that's going to shake out or if that's a good thing or not. But there's a lot of intense creative thinking, and it really will create a global community. And then the issue is can you make that into a creative, compassionate community? What's the role that art would play in that, and self-expression? So again, once you say self-expression at Burning Man, it's a balance of self-expression, communal design, and community gifting. So it's not just the person going out and doing investment grade art just for the sake of making money. At a level below that, the power of human creativity and self-expression is amazing.
Okay, in this respect, I want to come back a bit provocative, admittedly, a bit provocative. I want to come back to Flora's question. In the case of the people engaged in a project like Jettine's project, what happens if, let's say, 90% of the human population just have no accessibility to these means of expression?
Well, I have to say I didn't do the research on trying to figure out how much of the world is connected at the moment, but I thought that the percentage was currently quite high. But did somebody have a statistic on that? Is it 60%, 80%?
It's another problem of being connected in a technical sense. It's a problem of economy and the social constraints. So therefore, I brought Jettine's case as an example. How to motivate people far away from any of these technical means you presented here in the metaverse. How to address these people, what to do with them. This is nothing against the idea of the metaverse as such, nothing against the idea as such. It's a question of how to address the majority of populations. For instance, as I experienced in person during my former job, they have no access to such means.
Well, so certainly the accessibility question, would need to be solved in terms of creating this kind of global community. I think one of the other sides is the issue of content. How do you create content for this? And what we were looking at was 3 kinds of content. You'd have branded partners. Now, this is if somebody is hosting this. You'd have commissioned content, but the most important is user-generated content. The idea of which is YouTube, which is Facebook, which is people creating content and putting it online. The difference is, in terms of a community, is that this would be in a 3-dimensional format, not in a 2-dimensional format. So when you go to Facebook, it's very 2-dimensional. So if you imagine Second Life or one of those other areas where you have an avatar and you're able to navigate virtual physical space, this is where it becomes fun and where you can really create a much stronger sense of community.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to this idea of people allowing themselves to engage and participate through the arts, in whatever form that is. I guess in this case with the metaverse, it might be something, you know, where people are connected and have access to technology. But I think the principle of people being engaged in culture and having that kind of emotional attachment, you know, is a kind of form of positive resilience, if we see it in that way. So I see that Greg has his hand raised. I'm going to hand over to him so he can ask his question. Thanks.
Hi, thanks, Florian. Thanks, John. Great to see you. Thanks for the great presentation. Sticking with this metaphor, with the metaverse part of your presentation, obviously a very timely topic in terms of just the news the last few days ago about Facebook's planning on hiring 10,000 people in Europe to expand the implementation of the metaverse and all the implications that go with that, but in terms of presumably that that will be a partnership and respecting the European Union's higher standards of data and privacy and data sharing and how one's data is used and control over data and even income from your own data, and all of that coming within days or weeks of the other turmoil with respect to the Facebook files and the way that that company in particular is behaving. But then there's implications in terms of the Google's data, Microsoft's data, and how all of that will come together in this metaverse. So I realize that's a lot going on there. I'm wondering to what extent are you thinking about that, or how that may or may not impact your work? Or
yeah, interestingly enough, the group that we are working with had a lot of experience in that infrastructure side, and they were constantly correcting us because we'd say, we're going to create the metaverse. And they say, no one is going to create the metaverse. It's like the internet. So Facebook didn't create the internet, Google didn't create the internet. But the thing is, you're going to have portals, and certainly Google is a portal to the internet, Facebook is a portal to the internet. Hopefully, there will be a common language and protocols so that you can have multiple ways to get in to the metaverse. And again, the metaverse is the physical and the virtual overlapping. It's not just the virtual, but it's the physical and the virtual overlapping. And so a key aspect of that when we were doing the study is, do you have localized distribution of these sort of like mini immersive environments that are in different cities, and they're linked to a bigger thing so that you can be in a physical space and then navigating these bigger things. I mean, you imagine if Google took that airship hangar that they have in Moffett Field, and they covered it with, on the inside, with LED screens, and you were in a giant holodeck. How interesting that experience would be. And then you could have an equal experience online with a person that's in that physical environment. So the physical and the virtual, but hopefully it's like the internet, it's a common platform. Now, unfortunately, even with the internet being a common platform, you have these giant companies that have sort of taken it over. And that's going to be a struggle that we're all going to have, because if it goes the same way, it's going to take, in the case of the internet, it was the US Defense Department that kept it distributed, right? There is a real worry. We should all be concerned, I think, about the metaverse, because it's actually, I believe, much more powerful than the internet. Because once you get into that three-dimensional world, it's really compelling. I mean, this last year, there were a bunch of Burning Man virtual worlds, and they were very compelling.
Yeah, well, I guess I imagine you know a bit of your Neil Stephenson, and he's been describing this world for over 20 years. So.
Oh yeah, well, yes, and for people that want to know, the metaverse came from a book called Snow Crash, and an excellent book. Yeah.
Thank you very much, John.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
Okay, I will go to another question relating back to our general topic of resilience. What's about the relation between an intended global community, which is utopian aim in the positive sense, I have to address it in the positive sense. What is about the relation between this intended global community and resilience?
Is that a question in general or to me?
To you.
Oh, so we started looking at the creative community aspect in this project that we had. And so the project had this sort of metaverse environment that was part of it. And then another part was the city itself. So once we started working on the city, we started wondering how the physical city then could be a hybrid as well, that you could wander the city, that there would be aspects of it that would tie into the virtual world. I think that the interesting thing, though, is as if the world keeps becoming more and more urban and keeps becoming sort of, in a sense, maybe disassociative, in the sense that, you know, you don't go outside as much, you're not out in nature and things like that. People are going to start, as they already are, having most of their life online. I think the dynamic between that is we were hoping in this particular city, the dream was that people would come for this giant virtual event, but that the city itself as a creative community, as a physical environment, because of the permission to be self-expressive and the delight in that self-expression and the way that the community is set up, that physical community would become much more resonant and much more famous, let's say, than this big virtual experience that they wanted us to do. I think, though, ultimately, the relationship is between how people care about their environment and creating cities and places where people truly care. There are cities and environments that are like that, but it's so difficult to get people to behave. So I think, you know, in positive ways, we have that problem in the United States just with vaccinations alone. And part of that is I don't believe they truly care about their community. Their sense of individualism is too strong. There's no connection. I don't know if that answers that at all, but.
Yeah. If you tell me, I'm not sure I can give you the mic. Okay. So thanks, John, for your wonderful pictures. I think you could be an excellent teacher for governments and for building companies to become another image. What is architecture for people? What do you think about the book and about such a role?
Oh, about what?
Shall I ask again?
What was the actual question? I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
The original part was quite delightful, but what was the actual question?
I think governments in the world, they don't think about your thinkings about architecture, also not building companies, the big companies in the neoliberalism, capitalism, which are building houses and places and shopping malls. What do you think about a book or lessons for government people and also building house people?
Yeah, we're in my office. We're talking about doing an advocacy monograph that would try to change that dynamic. I mean, I think we focus a little bit too much on, again, on the technology. I was at an unconference called Kinternet in France a few years ago, and there were all these people talking about how we're going to change into the 15-minute walking city and all of these things about waste production and technology and And they were all wonderful. And at the end of it, I said, well, you know, you guys have done 2 hours worth of discussion about how the technology is going to change, but why and what's going to make this city lovable, and how are we going to make people care about it? And they said, well, that's important, but they didn't, you know, they didn't want to go further. So we need to get people talking about and dealing with emotions and dealing with how to get people to care. And so that is a part of what I'm hoping, that we can make that connection and get people to change their priorities. So it's not that the city needs to work, the city needs to be lovable. And modern cities don't tend to quite do that.
Yes, I have maybe 2 questions here. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Do you think that metaverse could be a threat to democracy? I mean, some people think that social media is that right now, threatening our democratic values.
Well, in which way would it be challenging democratic values? I'm curious.
I mean, well, right now we see that Facebook, for instance, has a lot of, at least. Yeah.
So it's very important that just like with the internet, it has to be an open source environment, so that it's not just Facebook and Google and those folks that you sort of, you know, pay to get in through either data analysis, you know, so that they're predicting your patterns and you sign, you know, kind of the agreement that they always ask you to sign, which basically sells all of your data. Nobody reads those things, they're too long. So there needs to absolutely be public discourse, public discussion. I think that if you can get an open platform, which is incredibly critical, so that any little company, any startup, any person that wants a presence in the metaverse can create that, I think that there is an even greater sense of the ability to have a global world of, I mean, imagining simultaneous translation, which a lot of gaming engines have developed, where you're talking to anybody, you're talking in your native language and they're talking in their native language, but you can hear each other. It's translated. The idea of people and worlds coming together can make us all understand that, for example, resiliency is a global problem. And what we've discovered is that the wealthy nations really do need to pay attention to the poorer nations, because it's not the survival of the richest. You know, we're a global community. And I think the metaverse has an opportunity to really expand that sense of global community in addition to local community. The issue will be, though, will local communities lose their cultural vibrancy, their identity, by everything being in the universe and being sort of universal and not site specific?
Thank you very much.
And we just have a comment here from Alessandro Scarfi, thanking you, John, for mentioning the opportunity to embrace, not solve, a paradox, and also for suggesting I care, ergo sum, as a leading principle of inhabiting the same community. And I completely echo that. I think it's fantastic, this idea of that we can sit with these discomforts. And I think that's also what we've been discussing throughout our workshop today in terms of resilience. I'm wondering, because we've only got a few minutes left of our workshop today, whether we might wrap up our discussion of this topic, creative communities. And on that note, I'll hand over to Ulrich to wrap up and also summarize our workshop today. And thank you very much, John, for your presentation and answering the questions.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
John, many thanks. Also, despite my questions, many thanks. This is a promising approach. We can continue this discussion anyway. for now, as Flora already indicated, due to the time confinements we are the victims of, we have to close the shop, unfortunately, our workshop. And therefore, I wanted to make a very short compilation wrap up. So what we deliberately tried by the very structuring of this workshop today is to illuminate and to look at different general domains which resilience is covering, in our opinion. And therefore, we try to start with the systemic context, so the existing socio-economic and social-cultural system we are all embedded in. This was the presentation of Khalid. And then to continue to the utopian aspect inherent to any movement and any idea about resilience. And very interesting in terms of your presentation, John, was, in my eyes at least, this utopian aspect has been is living through a new kind of renaissance, apparently. To continue with this wrap up, and this also shows the interconnections between our thematic fields, despite they look a bit apart at first sight, but they are connected. We have this systemic context we all want to overcome via resilience. We have this utopian move. We have, sir, these very, very interesting concrete case studies presented from Jatin and Sam Olsen about real life communities to be really created or generated as resilient ones. We have the interesting approach from Gregory Delorme about the larger scale system and the needs for establishing resilience on a larger scale. And last but not least, we had your presentation, John, with this beauty on the one hand, as to rethink in a positive sense, to rethink traditional, further developed core values that should make up architecture. And in this whole array, we deliberately want to invite you, as the listeners, to invite you to continue with this kind of discussion. We can offer from our side, we can offer the possibility to participate on Idle Spaces on our website. Also, we just contact us, and we consider to have some smaller scaled discussion-like workshops in the future as a kind of podcast, which we already started, but to extend this podcast idea into smaller scaled discussion on certain themes, which we had today on a larger scale in our workshop. Many thanks to all the participants, and many thanks for listening to us.
Yes, thank you to everyone for joining us today, especially to our presenters. You know, we've had some fantastic presentations, all looking at resilience from a different perspective. And I hope that everyone has taken lots away from today's workshop. And do please get in touch with us if you have any follow-up questions or would like to get involved in the work of Ideal Spaces Working Group. As you can see on the slide here, we are running a podcast series at the moment, also an interview series. As you'll see from some of these screenshots, several of our presenters from today's workshop have already had discussions with us on the podcast, so I do invite you to go and listen to them. You can access the podcast via Spotify, Apple or Google Podcasts, and please do, yes, get in touch if you've got an interesting project to share or just would like to collaborate with us. So on that note, thank you everyone here today, and have a good evening.